Good morning everyone. Croeso i'r gerddi Safai. Welcome to Safai Gardens for the final day of the LV Insurance County Championship match between Glamorgan and Derbyshire. The match will be resuming on time at 10:30. Glamorgan Cricket would like to thank all of their sponsors and partners for their continued support throughout this season, besides extending a very warm welcome to everyone here today at the ground. The past few years have been very difficult for everyone, so We are so very grateful for your continued support. Diolch yn fawr iawn. A warm welcome as well today to the players and officials from Derbyshire, as well as our two match umpires, Billy Taylor and Ian Blackwell, plus match referee Jason Swift. If you're looking for a scorecard or a copy of Michael Hogan's testimonial brochure or a copy of the 2022 Glamorgan yearbook, all of these items are available for purchase either from reception, situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion, or from the Glamorgan Club shop, which is run by Missouri Sports and situated opposite Gate 2. The shop will be open today until around about 5 o'clock. And as always, it's selling a wide range of cricket equipment and other items, including replica Glamorgan kit. If you're looking for refreshments, food and drink can be purchased using electronic means from the kiosk and the mobile unit situated in the concourse area beneath the pavilion stand. And there are also vending machines situated at the rear of the indoor school where you can purchase drinks and snacks. Don't forget that members will also be able to obtain tea and coffee in the Lewis Lounge between 3 o'clock and 4 o'clock. The CC4 Museum of Welsh Cricket is also open once again today. It's situated on the first floor of the National Cricket Centre, and it contains a number of displays celebrating the long and very proud heritage of cricket here in Wales. And today is the final day that we have a special exhibition in the museum commemorating the life and career of Peter Walker, the former Glamorgan and England cricketer, who was also a very well-known journalist and broadcaster. Peter sadly passed away during the spring of 2020, and we are very grateful to his family for loaning a number of items which, as I say, are on display for the final time today. The museum will be open until the end of the tea interval this afternoon. I'm delighted to say as well that you're very welcome to go out to look at the pitch during the lunch interval, which is scheduled to take place at 12:30, and the tea interval, which is scheduled to take place when there are 32 overs remaining in the day. If you are going to be venturing onto the outfield, though, we kindly ask you not to walk across the square or the wicket circles. Please don't take any food or drink with you if you're venturing out into the middle. And finally, we're delighted to welcome staff and pupils today from Kitchener Primary School. The boys and girls once again will be forming today's Guard of Honour, as well as entertaining us with a display of their quick cricketing skills on the outfield during the lunch interval. So, girls and boys, we hope you enjoy your day here at the home of Glamorgan County Cricket Club.
Five for Patel has Glamorgan hunting innings victory. Not for the first time this season, on day 2 Glamorgan made history. David Lloyd became the club's third player to reach 300, the first time any county had seen 2 triple tons in a season. They're in total control, Derbyshire trailing by 415 with just 5 wickets in hand. But the visitors showed some admirable resilience after the break. Came and Dahl's partnership slowing the Glamorgan progress in the morning session and giving their side something to smile about. Dahl was the first to move to 50. Harris cut for 4 to get there, another defiant showing from the number 7. Kane went aerially, 4 more added to bring up the 100-run partnership. And he would join his partner, another boundary scored with a lofted shot, the number 6, up to 50 from 168 balls. Glamorgan kept plugging away, but Derbyshire controlled the session, up to 200 with another Dahl boundary. The partnership remained unbroken all the way through to lunch, worth 136 at the break, the deficit now 339. Glamorgan finally had their first wicket of the day when Harry Kane edged Van der Hookten to Patel after lunch. Patel replied with another of his own. Thompson, LBW to the New Zealand international for a 3-ball duck. With Dahl there, Derbyshire still had hope, and he was even threatening to go to 100. But on 92, he was stopped. LBW to Van der Hookten. Glamorgan into the tail now, and still leading by 313 runs. Patel picked up a fourth. Connors stumped for 1. His fifth would bring the innings to an end. Aitchison bowled for 6. Derbyshire all out for 253, still 297 behind the hosts. It was always going to be tough to come close to Glamorgan's first innings total, and while Rees, Kane and Dahl had all done their best, they'd been let down by their colleagues, none of whom managed to get beyond 11. Patel had been excellent, finishing with 5 for 68. David Lloyd enforced the follow-on, and Glamorgan immediately put Derbyshire back under pressure. Rees out for 8, well taken by a diving Cook off Harris. Godalman and Guest showed resilience, the captain with the bulk of the strike, as they chipped away at the deficit. But with the score up to 55, Van der Hookten produced a special delivery. Guest bowled for 9. He removed Godalman too, the Derbyshire skipper hopping in the crease, but pinned in front for 40. With the arrival of Madsen to the middle, Glamorgan's success dried up. He and Deploy carefully plugging away and pushing the score up to 3 figures. They shared 50 runs for the 4th wicket. The deficit was now under 200, and Glamorgan couldn't find another before the close. Derbyshire left needing 174 more to force the hosts to bat again. It'll be a long final day for the visitors. Their promotion hopes were faint heading into the match, but look to have evaporated with their chances of victory. But Glamorgan's haven't, and they'll go all out to keep them alive with victory on the 4th and final day.
Well, Ajaz, congratulations on your 5-wicket haul. That was a full day's work for you there.
Yeah, I mean, as a spinner, I guess when you turn up on a surface like that, that's offering you a little bit. You expect to do a lot of work, and I'm just grateful that I was, in a position to take 5 today, and it's nice to kind of get on the board with that, and yeah, it was enjoyable.
You had to work pretty hard for them, didn't you? Because their 6-wicket player batted more or less through a couple of sessions.
Yeah, they batted really well. They were quite composed, and we had to work really hard to try and dismiss that partnership. And we knew, though, once we got through that partnership, things could happen pretty quickly on a surface like that. So it was really important for us to make sure we stuck at it, and our bowlers did a fantastic job at doing that.
So how much help is the surface actually giving you then?
It's not too bad. I guess, any time it turns, as a spinner, you're expected to do well, but sometimes that's not the case. We still have to work for them. And yeah, it's just about putting the ball in good areas, asking good questions over long periods of time. I always think about bowling spin as a long time thing, and I try and build that up over a long period of time. And it's just about bowling as many good balls as you can and asking good questions of the batsman for long periods.
Bit of scoreboard pressure, I guess, to help you in this game after the skipper's treble century?
Yeah, it definitely helps when you have about 500 on the board, that's for sure. As a spinner, you thrive on having runs on the board and being able to kind of, just work away. So when runs aren't really too much of an issue, it's quite nice. As a spinner, you can kind of toss a few extra ones up.
How do you see your chances on the final day then? 7 wickets needed to get, maybe a couple of runs to chase at the end?
Yeah, I think it's going to come down to a nice game, and it's a game I think that'll go to the wire and to the last session, unless things happen drastically in the morning. But it's still one of those games where you have to keep working, and it's the kind of wicket where we have to make sure we put the ball in good areas for long periods of time and ask good questions of the batters. So yeah, hopefully tomorrow we can, chalk up a win, and a few more wickets in my column will be nice too.
We'll try and bowl them out and force a follow-up, which we didn't do. So then Wales won the bat again, mid-afternoon on day 3, James dead. So we just basically bat out to dead. So it gets down to 20 past, it gets to 5 o'clock, and Curtis and Smith, who are all day, been shouting at the Welsh players, these don't want to win, they're ready for the draw, we've offered them a tag, like this. And at 5 o'clock we start getting ahead of it back to the catch. And they're in his ear, because we were about 280 ahead, or 250 ahead, something like that. We go in. Well, if you declare it 20 past 5, you've got 10 minutes for the change of minutes, we can all go out and they're coming off. Play 20 past 5, and declare. They come back after bat. For the 17 overs. But it nearly backfired. After 9 overs, they were 6 wickets down. How are you, my friend? When they were 4 down, I said,
It's good morning, Florida, to our two match umpires, Bill Taylor and Ian Blackwell. And good morning, Borodar, as well, to the Glamorgan team led into the field by Captain David Lloyd. And good morning, Borodar, as well, to the two not-out batters from Derbyshire, Lias DeFloy and Wayne Madsen. And many thanks to Jochen Marianne, the boys and girls from Kitchen Primary School for forming this morning's Guard of Honour.
Very good morning and welcome to BBC Sport Online, live from Sapphire Gardens in Cardiff for the final day here in the Welsh capital this season, with Glamorgan pressing for victory over Derbyshire to try to keep alive their outside promotion hopes. Middlesex are strongly placed against Leicestershire as well, so Glamorgan probably will have to win this one to keep alive their chances into the last week and their hope to better Middlesex's results. Derbyshire, well, it's very difficult to see any way that they can win this game, and just a question probably of whether they can avoid losing it. I'm Nick Webb of BBC Sport Wales. Dave Fletcher of BBC Radio Derby will be joining me very shortly. And Derbyshire on the back foot. Mr. Fletcher has got the hang of these screens. I'm hoping he will work magic as James Harris will bowl the first ball of the day, and Ajaz Patel chops it down into the gully. Oh, they'll eventually go through for a single after much midweek discussion. Mid-wicket discussion. 124 for 3. As Dave Fletcher joins me.
I would suggest that they've failed dismally next door to get us the stream, and it's not our fault on this occasion.
All right.
That's what I would say.
We'll have to signal for help.
Yeah, waving violently at them usually does the trick. No. They've been brilliant getting us. They've been giving people out and all sorts next door. There we go. I've got mine. Why? Yeah. Don't touch it. Don't touch yours.
Dave Fletcher is the screen whisperer, yes, but it's on power-saving mode. It's the age of austerity, you see. Hunker down for the winter. It's gone a day early. Thank you. Oops, getting there. Harris bowls outside off stump, way outside off stump, and Madsen shoulders arms at 124 for 3. And apologies for those viewing.
We haven't lost a fifth, haven't we? Did that happen?
Who are now viewing the correct graphics.
Oof, I thought I knew it wasn't here at the very start, but it definitely still looked like Wayne Madsen and Ajaz Patel.
Harris sloping away from us to bowl to Madsen outside off stump, allowed to go through.
Just been explaining to listeners on Radio Derby what Derbyshire have to do today. They have to be batting until after tea to save this game.
Yes. And
they have basically got 4 batsmen who will be capable of doing something along those lines. The 2 who are out there now, and the next 2 who were the heroes in the first innings, if indeed there were any heroes, Anuj Dal and Harry Kame. Dal, who made 92, and Kame, who made 64. After that, when you wouldn't want to be putting your house on it.
Harrison to Madsen, and that's outside off stump and allowed to go through. So Derbyshire have 7 wickets of resistance. Leicestershire have 6 wickets left. They are 13 for 4, chasing a further 262 runs to defeat Middlesex. And Middlesex were 12 points ahead of Glamorgan at the start of this round. Glamorgan have caught up 3 on the bonus point front, but if both sides were to win, then Glamorgan would still be 9 behind Middlesex in the promotion race. Harris is in to bowl to Madsen, and that's through outside off stump, and Madsen will have nothing to do with it, as indeed it's likely to be able to leave anything that doesn't directly threaten him, although obviously Derbyshire can push on and try and get in front. Runs might come into it around about the tea interval and a potential Derbyshire lead.
I didn't grace that suggestion with an answer.
And Nottinghamshire, by the way, despite losing by an innings at Worcester, are going to be top after this round, as that's deflected down into the slip area by Madsen. It's well saved, and Derbyshire 124 for 3 with 1 run coming off the first over of the day.
Yep, if they're carrying at this rate, they still won't be in front by the close. It's ticking off the overs essentially for Derbyshire. What has been a pretty good season. Mickey Arthur himself tweeted after day 1, the worst day of the season, and it certainly was. The inexplicable decision to bowl first.
It's very kind of him to give headlines to journalists, isn't it? And Derbyshire follows.
Yes, he's very good at that, Mickey. He speaks his mind generally. He's a huge supporter of the county championship. So he will have been heartened by some of the comments overnight from various clubs. I've just been asked about that. I saw some headlines. Would that affect Derbyshire? I was asked. Well, yes, they'd go out of existence, which is why it's important that it never gets passed. Well, Derbyshire 124 for 3. Leicester Ploy on strike. He's on 37. And it's Tim van Hookten who's bowling from the River Taff end. First delivery is wide of the off stump and goes through to the keeper, Chris Cook. And there's no run.
Just doing a little bit of maths. If Middlesex were to win today with 21 points, then they'd go up to 209, which is 9 behind Nottinghamshire. And if Glamorgan were to win, they would get 24 points. So they'd be on 200, which is 18 behind Nottinghamshire. So Notts wouldn't be entirely safe, but a handful of bonus points would do them.
You're teasing me now. As Van der Hookten is in wide of the off stump, left alone by Deploy to go through to the keeper. And there's no run. If Derbyshire win today,
if Derbyshire win today, they will
between us
go
eat this entire media centre
up to 187 points.
Well, that's not bad. It's not going to happen. It's not bad. Oh dear. Derbyshire finish on next week. Game starting on Monday against Leicestershire. Glamorgan down at Hove. The lucky things as this next delivery is played at our forces deployed to play. And just for a split second, he had no idea where the ball was as it came off the bat and went behind him, but it actually went just backward of square on the offside. So no, there was an alarm, but it was a momentary alarm.
Yeah, speaking of Sussex, their chair John Philby has been one of the leading critics of the Strauss Review. There's an article on the BBC website which calls the ECB proposals equally unworkable as the present schedule.
This next delivery is wide of the off stump. It's good to see there's money well spent. Left alone by outside the off stump by Leas Deploy.
Coming up later today, of course, Pakistan against England in the third of the 7 T20 internationals. 1-1 there. That's again in Karachi. Pakistan having won game 2 by 10 wickets.
Yes, you might want to listen to that one behind the catch. It was fairly comprehensive yesterday, wasn't it? They didn't even need Shan Masood. In comes Van der Hookten again and bowls to Deploy, who drives but can't beat the man at mid-off. Here is Kevin Carlson, substitute fielder, and there is no run.
Only one Division 1 match ongoing. The Somerset 280 for 1, 283 for 2 now. That's a lead of 407 against Northants. So we'll see how conservative they'll be with the declaration, given that a draw would quite suit them.
And Hookton bowls turn into the leg side by Deploy. They're going to scamper through for a quick single as Billy Root does the fielding at mid-on. It also means that Leas Deploy pinches the strike. He moves on to 38, 125 for 3. I saw a tweet from Anthony Gibson, our Somerset commentator for the BBC, saying he thought they would bat on for about 50 minutes. I should think that if they get another 60 or 70 runs, they've probably got enough.
You would have thought so. As in Division 2, Sussex have got one heck of a job to save the game up at Durham.
Is it not raining there today?
It is not raining by the look of it.
Well, that's remarkable.
It is. It's a long way north to be playing cricket. As Sussex are 20 for 4 in their second innings, 277 behind, having followed on. As that beats the outside edge of Duploy's bat. Good opener from Harris to his 10th over.
Duploy now wishing he hadn't pinched the strike at the end of that last over. Wow.
Correction, Durham. Sussex didn't follow on. They batted first, but they were nearly 300 behind on first innings. And after the efforts of Ben Rain, it was the Rain that had the upper hand yesterday. Just 10 minutes play at Chester Street.
With new format.
Here's Harris is in to bowl outside off stump, and Duploy shoulders arms. We saw this pattern in the Derbyshire first innings where wickets very much fell in clusters, 4 very quickly early on and 5 very quickly at the end.
Yes, well, there was only one major partnership, wasn't there, between Kame and Dahl. Dahl making 92. He's moved up to just over 900 runs for the championship this season, which for somebody who bats at 7 is not a bad effort, averaging 75. Ajaz Patel, players selected for England with lesser records.
As that one beats the bat and takes off as well from Harris to Duploy, who was thoroughly defeated by that delivery, and there was a bit of lift and zip there in Harris's delivery.
Is it the same pitch as yesterday then? Wow.
A little bit of life. Just a fraction under 80 miles an hour for that delivery from Harris, but lifted a little off the pitch. If you want to contact us via Twitter, at Fletch Sport, at NickWebb2017, as Harris is in to bowl, and that's flicked away on the offside by Duploy. A random female says, great, you're on 5 extra, as she's in an area at Nash Point with little phone reception. Leicestershire not doing Glamorgan any favours, she says. Paul Chapman says, how about all 18 teams playing each other once in the 3-day championship?
Oh, have a word with yourself, come on.
But he also suggests
that's too sensible.
The 100 to be played at the Principality Stadium with the roof closed and a popular band to play a 30-minute set during the interval.
They could play it in November then if they want, if the roof was closed.
As Harris bowls, and that's sliced away through backward point. It's going to run all the way for 4 runs for Leas Duploy as he moves on to 42, and Derbyshire onto 129 for 3 with the first boundary of the day.
Yeah, nice shot from Duploy. It was wide, too wide, wasn't it, really?
I did see an exhibition cricket match at the stadium once. It was farcical, obviously, because the boundary's far too short straight.
Yeah. Well, when they first did floodlit cricket, it was played at Old Trafford Football Ground. It was played at the Don Valley Stadium in Sheffield, where they put just green matting down to cover the running track at the Don Valley.
I think Glamorgan played some sort of charity match at the Arms Park rugby ground. Obviously, the Arms Park used to be the cricket ground. Some 5 or 6 decades ago, 6 more like. That's a good ball from Harris up in the block hole, but it's well played by Duploy. Back to the bowler, and there is no run. 3 overs ticked off. Only 93 to go.
Yeah, that's nothing, is it? That's nothing.
Tom Bevan, who's part of the Glamorgan squad or team for this match, will reappear for England in the European Cricket T10 Finals week in October.
That's great. That's on Free Sports as well.
Along with Sam Pearce, who played a bit for Glamorgan last season. It is on free television, as you suggest. October the 10th to the 14th.
There's some remarkable cricket being played in that tournament. Not all of it for the right reasons. It did make me wonder why Bolton League 2nd Division and 2nd Team cricket wasn't being shown on Free Sports at one point, because the standard appeared to be similar. Bless him. Here's Tim van der Hoogten bowling from the river end to Wayne Madsen, who clips this off his pads into the leg side. Andrew Salter does the fielding. That was a very straight delivery from van der Hoogten.
Well, it's the England side is made up of national counties players, basically. So Tom Bevan's sneaked in under the radar since he's played quite a lot for Wales this season before getting into the Glamorgan squad.
Sad man that I am. I've watched a fair bit of that.
And England are the reigning champions.
Are they indeed? No need for a review then. This one's wide of the off stump and left alone by Wayne Madsen to go through to wicketkeeper Chris Cook.
Handful of players who've got some sort of first-class experience. Dan Lincoln will again lead the side. He's the Berkshire captain, but he's played for Middlesex and Kent. Harrison Ward, who's had a few games for Sussex. Elliot Callis, who's played for Yorkshire. Alex Russell, who's played for Northants.
Star-studded. 129 for 3 as Van der Hookton bowls to Madsen, who drives. Doesn't really get hold of that one at all. And it's Ajaz Patel who does the fielding at mid-off.
You would have thought that would have been a popular venture, really, for English and Welsh players, on the grounds that it's a week's worth of cricket on the Costa del Sol in October.
Yeah,
What's not to like?
Absolutely. It's already back on. I don't know what stage it's at the
qualifying
moment,
tournament, I think.
Yeah, they played qualified. It's been going on forever. This next delivery to Madsen is again right on the stumps, clipped into the leg side by the Derbyshire batsman. Salter again does the fielding. Yeah, they seem to play each other several times over the course of a week, and I don't really understand it, but it's good fun. It's good fun. The commentators are magnificent. I urge you to watch it if you get the opportunity. It is on Free Sports.
How do we get these commentary gigs? Why haven't we been approached?
Well, yes. Yeah. T10, do you think? This next one is defended by Madsen. Up towards mid-on. There's no run.
I'm sure we're the ideal demographic. Alan Metcalf inquires, if there's to be a top division of 6 and 2 divisions under that of 6, how did Glamorgan get promoted? He is watching in Cyprus. Well, the answer to that is it won't happen next season if any of these Strauss County proposals do get through. They're aimed for 2024 rather than 2023.
Nobody rushing these things as Van der Hookton comes in and bowls to Madsen, who defends it up to mid-off once again. And there's no run. There will be a playoff between the two winners of the bottom 2, whatever they're called, of 6. No idea how that'll work. If the game ends in a draw, or they just say, right, you can start on the 1st of October and carry on playing till somebody wins, or somebody just decides that it's too cold to play. Last man standing.
Richard Black tweets to say that he is having a wisdom tooth taken out at the inevitable time, genuinely.
No, I'm not having that.
He's a fairly sensible chap, Richard, but yeah.
Come on. Comic effect.
Comic effect, you know what time, but it's probably a little passé, that joke. Do you think you can have a word and get the chaps to wrap it up by then?
Not a thought so.
129 for 3, Harris is in to deploy and bowls outside off stump, but it's hit straight to Byram at point, and there is no run.
Well, for as inept as Derbyshire were in the first 2 days, and it has been the exception rather than the norm this season for them to play poorly. They're battling hard still, which is at least something. I think the team from last year and the year before would have already been at home by now.
Well, it is a strong top to middle order, isn't it? Guest, Madsen, Deploy, Kame, Dahl all doing well this season. As Harris bowls outside off stump and Deploy shoulders arms. 3 slips on this sunny morning here at Sapphire Gardens. There's a third man to please our commentator colleague Edward Bevan. There is a point. A mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and fine leg. It's a smallish audience at the moment. Hopefully a few more will come in. for this final day of cricket here in the Welsh capital at professional level. Harris bowls, that's on leg stump and tucked away down to square leg, where Salter runs round and does the fielding. Single taken, 130 for 3. Deploy moves on to 43. Madsen has 30.
A beautiful day it is too. Far fewer clouds today than we've had throughout the course of the game.
Though unfortunately it seems to be getting a bit nippier next week.
I think it's cooled down as the game's gone on, but we're all right, aren't we?
Yep. If you're watching next week, pack an extra sweater. 130 for 3. 7 runs added so far, but overs out of the game is the key, as Madsen allows another one to go past outside off stump.
You must watch out for Adrian Harms's purple sweater. Very, very bold.
All right, he's gone fashion forward, has he?
Very bold. Wore it at Derby earlier this season. Just whipped it out on day 3, I think it was. Surprised everybody. I think he had it in him.
There we are. Look forward to that, actually. They do a commentator camera in Hove these days?
No, I don't think they do.
Harris is in to bowl, and Madsen defends to mid-on. It's something that we've been spared during the course of the match, even though I've made every
proper effort,
every effort to look blandly acceptable.
Well, I think you've coordinated today as well. Look at that.
Yes.
2 shades of green.
Indeed.
Very good.
Indeed. 130 for 3, a quiet first 20, which is exactly
as you can tell.
what Derbyshire would have wanted. 3 slips still posted by Glamorgan. Harris bowls, back on his stumps goes Madsen. Did well to keep that one out. Decent delivery. No further wickets lost by Leicestershire in the first 20 minutes. They are 30 for 4, needing a further 245 to win. They do have Colin Ackerman at the crease, a man with a double century to his credit this season. Unfortunately not Vian Mulder, the other man who made a double century in that huge partnership. And Somerset have lost a couple of wickets. Lammonby has gone for 110 and Abel for 115, but they're batting on at 305 for 3, a lead of 429 runs over Northants over the water in Taunton. And Sussex 33 for 4, 264 runs behind against Durham. Third man has been abolished temporarily.
Yeah, well, they don't really need one, do they? More catches would be more sensible. So no third man, no long leg now. Oh, there is a long leg. He's just off the field. There he is. That's Tim van der Hoogten to bowl a new over from the River Taff end. It's Michael Hogan who's moved from third man to mid-off. Van Hoogten is in and bowls to Deploy, who guides it down to backward point, and Salter does the fielding, moving away to his left. And there's no run. So 130 for 3 means they still need another 167 to make Glamorgan bat for a second time.
Glamorgan's over 8 is still plus 10. Thought it might have gone up again. It was plus 10 and tea time yesterday.
You don't see that very often, do you?
We had a lot of Ajaz Patel and a bit of Andrew Salter as by way of explanation, the 2 spinners.
There's going to be more than 96 overs today if required, as that one goes past the edge of Lewis Deploy's bat. He'll perhaps tell you that he withdrew the bat. Looking at the replay, he didn't. And it went past the edge and through to the keeper. He's got a very strange style as Lewis Deploy. His bat never comes down straight. It's almost like he's chopping across the ball all the time. Hugely successful in white ball cricket, relatively successful in red ball cricket as he defends this next Van der Hoogten delivery out into the onside, and Byram picks up at mid-wicket. These two, as Nick alluded to, third and fourth in the Derbyshire County Championship averages. Deploy approaching 800 runs for the season. Madsen with over 1100. 1134-ish. Not sure how up to date that is. As Van der Hoek didn't, yes, he's in, and that one's clipped down to long leg by Deploy, where it's fielded by Harris, and they go through for another single. Deploy moves on to 44. Derbyshire 131 for 3.
What was your figure for Madsen again?
1134.
That is absolutely correct as of now.
Thank you very much indeed. So Deploy 779. Dahl 901. He's yet to come in. Harry Kane is only in his 4th game of the season. He's averaging 39. He's got just short of 300 runs for the season. So Dahl missed 1 game and is still on 901 with a potential 3 more innings of the season. As Madsen waits, Van der Hoek and bowls to him, and he pushes it out into the offside. It's fielded by Root and there's no run. But after that, the problems start. Batting-wise, there's Alex Thompson, there's Sam Connors, there's Adam Sylvester on his debut, and there's Ben Aitchison on one leg, because he went over on his ankle in the second ball of the first day.
Not a great time to get injured in a 4-day game.
No. Subsequently managed to bowl 9 deliveries in the match. Fielded for the entirety of the afternoon and evening sessions on day 1, and then didn't appear on day 2. Quite baffling. There's Van der Hoekton's in to Madsen, who defends it to Root once again at cover. It's the end of the over. 131 for 3. Derbyshire. Deploy has 44. Madsen has 30. So it's 3 more wickets for Glamorgan, and they'll be relatively confident of going on to secure a victory. Although Ben Aitchison, much to the disgust of some commentators in the box, took 11 overs out of the game for his 6. We'll see how important that was come 5 o'clock tonight.
6 off 66 deliveries.
I thought he was excellent.
Yeah.
On one leg.
Yep. Somerset have lost a further wicket, and 311 for 4. I presume they're going for it. Bartlett 17 off 12 balls. With a view to an imminent declaration at Taunton. Harris into Deploy, who plays out to point, where it's fielded by Eddie Byram. And there is no run. The ball is transferred via Patel at slip to Carlson at mid-off. Carlson has been fielding pretty much throughout Derbyshire's batting efforts because of Sam North East being absent for personal reasons. So best wishes to him. 131 for 3, 166 runs behind. All very sedate so far here in Cardiff as Harris bowls up in the block hole, well driven by Deploy, and Hogan makes a sprawling stop at mid-on. Michael Hogan led the side out into the field after tea yesterday, given that it's his last home match after 10 excellent years with Glamorgan, and he'll be missed both as a performer and an affable personality around the ground as well. One of those who's always willing to have a chat with media or fans. 131 for 3. Harris has pushed his square leg back as he bowls to Deploy outside off stump through low to Chris Cook.
Bluff. Nick Johnson's been in touch at fletchcricket@gmail.com if you want to email us. That's a very old-fashioned medium, I know, nowadays, but still available. Whatever the result today, he says, this season has been hugely encouraging, and although we've lost Shan Massoud, of course, is going to Yorkshire next season, the future is rosy, notwithstanding the meddling of ex-England captains. If we can hold... That's him, not me. I didn't put that in a lower... I must remember that phrase. If we can hold on to Mickey Arthur, well, he's here for another 2 seasons.
Harris runs in and bowls to Deploy. Short delivery that Deploy just neatly ducks underneath, genuflecting 131 for 3.
He thanks us for our work through the radio and online, and says some very, very nice things, for which I'm extremely grateful. But he says, don't become too helpful, we wouldn't recognise you. Thank you, Nick Johnson, via email.
Well, this is a man who's been featured in the magazine County Cricket Matters. For the benefit of our new 5 Sports Extra listeners.
The one has arrived at my house, and I got a message from my son the other night.
As Harris is in to bowl to deploy, it's a full toss that's driven to mid-off Carlson Fields. Was your son entirely taking the mick, I hope?
Well, first of all, he sent me a message saying that a fancy envelope had arrived, and with a photograph of it. And I said to him, I said, "Oh, it's a magazine called County Cricket Matters." I said, "There's an article about me in the middle pages." I said, "Open it and have a read." Yes, he did. Yeah, quite right too. But it was a very flattering article, and I'm very grateful to Greg Watts. It's Greg Watson who wrote the piece, and Annie Chave who facilitated it.
Harris bowls, that's a good delivery, and that's squared up Duploy and beaten him through to Chris Cook. It goes. I trust your son will greet you with a packet of custard cream biscuits on your return.
That was the exact phrase he picked out as well, so that's 2 of you. That's 2 of you.
Thank you, Dave. Dave Fletcher of BBC Radio Derby departs for other radio duties. Edward Bevan will come in alongside me, listening to BBC Sport Online, and also on 5 Sports Extra. 131 for 3. Madsen has 30. Deploy has 44. And although ball has beaten bat on a couple of occasions so far today, there have been no direct chances. Edward Bevan.
Thanks, Nick. Van de Gooten from the River Taff end bowls, and this is he's opened the face Madsen there and pushed it away into the cover position, and there's no run. Derbyshire battling to try and save this game and get a draw, and if they do, it'll be an excellent fight back. But the bat, as you say, Nick, has the ball has beaten the bat 4 or 5 times, mainly by Harris, and a good stand developing here between Duploy and Madsen. Duploy's 6 runs away from his 50. In comes Van de Gooten and bowls, and this is a similar shot to the previous delivery, played out into the covers, and there's no run. Absolutely glorious morning here. There's 2 clouds in the sky I can see above me, few in the distance, but we are assured of a full day's play.
A little early resistance by Leicestershire, 35 for 4 against Middlesex, who are currently in 2nd place in the table.
Van de Gooten, with 2 slips waiting, comes in, bowls to Madsen. Madsen gets a ball that ducks into him, and he plays it away on the onside to mid-wicket, and again there was no run.
Were Glamorgan to win this match, they'd go up to 200 points. And that would be 18 behind Nottinghamshire. So Nottinghamshire, having surprisingly been thrashed by an innings at Worcester yesterday, would need 7 points from their final game to ensure promotion.
It's an interesting day today. Van de Gooten bowls to the right-handed Madsen, and he leaves, and Cook takes it down on the half volley.
Maybe a shame that the county championship title was wrapped up quite so early, but congratulations to Surrey for doing so yesterday with their victory over Yorkshire and Hampshire's defeat at home to Kent.
Yes, I said it yesterday. Congratulations to a really fine cricket club, well run, well organised, and a big support there in the London catchment area. Van de Gooten in and bowls again. That's outside the off stump, and Madsen has nothing at all to do with it. The email this morning on the cricket topic that's going on from Pendarren Country 11. Anthony Sullivan wonderful band of cricketers who, as it says, play, and they have no leagues, they don't play in any leagues, they just go around. Something you'd enjoy, Mr. Webb. But, you know, they have a good lunch. They don't always start 40 minutes after.
They did offer me a game one day when they were desperate. But
no,
I was unable to take up.
It's a wonderful experience, and Bandigoot then bowls, and that is again with the open fifth, and this time it'll be 4 runs, no third man. Played it very late and very watchful. That's the end of the over, and the score moved on 135 for 3. Says regarding your chats yesterday, agree 100% about this, in inverted commas, Strauss proposals. We fully support your views. Let's hope the county members make their voices heard. And the open letters from Somerset, Essex, etc. Are very illuminating.
Yes, there is, I think, enough opposition publicly declared to prevent the proposals getting a required 2/3 majority, and we shall follow this story and await news of any further Glamorgan consultations on the issue. 135 for 3. James Harris will continue from this Cathedral Road end, still with 3 slips, and just the 3 saving the single now. Square legs back, short ball outside off stump, but Duploy resists temptation. How long before we see at least 1, if not 2 spinners in action, Mr. Bevan?
Well, at the moment, Harris especially is getting some movement through the air and off the seam. Weather is just a little bit damp, of course, because it is the end of September. There's certainly was dew on my lawn this morning, and 3 or 4 times he's beaten the outside edge of Duploy's back.
In comes Harris to Duploy again, and he's left that one outside off stump. Again, a good bit of pace and carry through to Chris Cook. In Division 1, well, Gloucestershire are doomed to relegation, definitely. Warwickshire, above them, 13 games, 120 points. Somerset, 12 games, 123, so plus a generous hole to be added from today's game. Kent, 13 games, 133. Yorkshire, 13 games, 135. Even they aren't safe as things stand. As Harris is in to bowl outside off stump and allowed to go through. Northants, who are playing Somerset today, well, they have a little bit of freedom in mid-table because they can't be caught by the bottom 2. So they'll have freedom to go at it at Taunton should they so desire. And above all that, Surrey have won it, 27 points ahead of Hampshire. Lancashire are in 3rd and likely to remain there. Essex in 4th after their bizarre game at Chelmsford earlier this week.
I'm sure we'll hear more about that game.
As Harris is into bowl, and Duploy allows that one to go through.
Anthony O'Sullivan from the Pendarren Country 11 concludes by saying, came down on Tuesday, thoroughly enjoyed a wonderful day of county cricket. Listened today, and I'll be listening intently to you boys tomorrow. Thanks, Anthony. Good to hear from you. Whether it'll be a happy end of the day for Anthony and Welsh supporters remains to be seen, because this again promises to be an excellent final day, one way or the other.
Derbyshire certainly battling away at the moment. Duploy on 44. Harris comes round the wicket and bowls a Yorker that's driven back past him and will go for 4. I think that was well timed by Duploy. It was not a bad delivery from Harris as he changed his angle, but driven straight and firmly by Duploy, who moves on to 48 not out.
Madsen has beckoned to the 12th man, who was on the edge of the boundary. He goes back into the pavilion, and he's got his little shop there, because he's fiddling about and bringing something else, because if you go up the pavilion and come back, that's about 5 minutes walk.
139 for 3. Yes, there might be a few calls from the Derbyshire batsmen for various items today to prevent Glamorgan getting in more than 96 overs. As Harris is in to bowl, outside off stump, deploy shoulders, arms. That is the end of the over. 139 for 3. So 9 overs have been bowled today, with the addition of just 16 runs, but crucially for Derbyshire, the loss of no wickets. There has been a declaration at Taunton after a final assault from Lewis Gregory, who hit 29 off 11 balls. Somerset have declared on 337 for 4, and Northants need a mere 462 for victory. I know Taunton's fast scoring, but not that fast in Championship.
Madson's had his repairs, and yes, you talk about the spinners, and they could well bowl over 100 overs today, especially with Patel, who takes 4 walk-in steps, and that's it. I'd like to see Hogan get a ball as well, as the ball is just doing a little bit for the seamers before the sun really comes out this afternoon, and might well deaden the pitch. But it'll be Van de Gooten to continue. He's been bowling for nearly 40 minutes here, and he is going to bowl to the right-handed Wayne Madsen with 2 slips and a man on the drive close in, and here he is. Bowls down the leg side, and that's going to be 4 buys or leg buys. What did umpire Billy Taylor tells us? Buys. A loose delivery there, and all these runs count because the deficit is now 158. At the start, the deficit was 297.
That moved a bit off the pitch.
There is movement, yeah.
Hence the defeating of the sprawling keeper, Chris Cook. It's a nasty one for a keeper, that. As
he speaks from experience.
Although I've never kept to anything that speed, certainly.
143 for 3 then. That's Van de Gooten, medium fast from the river end, comes in past umpire Taylor and bowls, and this Naston didn't. He had to come down rather quickly on that and force it away onto the offside. Testing spell by Van de Gooten. Really has bowled well in this game. 3 wickets in the first innings and a couple in the second. So time, well, there is plenty of time today. We're not going to get any interruptions from rain because it's an excellent forecast, and we have the blue sky. Here is Van de Gooten in over the wicket and bowls, and that's down the leg side again, and that's 4 runs. Might have got a bat on that. Yes, he did. So that went wide, and always when you do get a bit of bat on it, it goes wider than the leg buys. So 4 useful runs. Madsen was moved on to 38. Duploy is just 2 short of 50, and we well remember in the first innings how that partnership between Kame and Dal, they're still to come. They've got a very big partnership. And here's the next ball, and that's played away on the onside, but this time straight to a fielder. Feeling where the square leg umpire would be, but Ian Blackwell has gone over to cover because he might be in the way of the man at the square leg.
I think it might be more reluctance to pound back and forth with the right and left-hander.
You can make up your own mind.
Doesn't want the sun in his eyes, obviously.
Yeah. Van de Gooten bowled. This time it nips back in off the pitch again, and defensive response from the right-handed Wayne Madsen. Very prolific scorer, not only this season for Derbyshire but over the years. And probably one of the best acquisitions that Derbyshire have made. Think of the wonderful players that they've had. Eddie Barlow many years ago, South African. Various other players. Madsen just waits for the final ball of this over, and we wanted to see if we might have a change. Here he is and bowls. This again is drifted down the leg side, so that's the end of the over. Not one of Van de Gooten's best overs. He marches away like Sergeant Major down to his position at third man. Now we're going to have a change at this end. Let's have a look. It's going to be Harris.
Patel's looking interested. Ajaz Patel, this is the New Zealand spinner, born in Mumbai. who had a chat to for the first time last night. Very much the Kiwi accent, no trace of the country of his birth left. Moved at the age of 8 and has a place in Test history as one of the 3 players who's taken 10 wickets in a Test innings.
Oh, very well, didn't he, in the first innings? He bowled nearly, 38.4 overs, 5 for 68. And there wasn't a huge assistance from the pitch. He just did it with his experience, his guile, his variation, and so on.
Just a little bit of gentle turn and drift, and it gives the ball plenty of flight, and he will be aided by a close catcher with Byram putting on the shin pads and helmet.
There is that rough outside the right-hander's leg stump, which would be ideal if he bowls at the left-hander, Duplay. And Madsen was out first ball to Patel, where he played across the ball, and it turned and flew to slip.
These two currently making up their first innings failures when they had 1 run between them. As Patel bowls, and Madsen off the back foot just gently turns it on the leg side as it trickles up to Harris, who flicks it back straight away to Patel, who will get through his overs pretty rapidly as he just stands half a pace behind the umpire to start and bowls his turn there, but it's watched onto the bat by Madsen, and he flat bats it away on the offside down to deep point where Bevan does the fielding, and will take a single. Madsen to 40, Derbyshire to 149 for 3. We're in the 48th over. So the run rate 3.15 at the moment. Glamorgan leaving plenty of gaps in the field because they've had 3 slips most of the time for the quickies, and they've got at least an extra close catcher in for the spinners. That might do with 2, I think, one either side of the wicket. Byram has gone to short leg for both right and left-handers as that's jabbed away past him by Duplay. No run. Fielded at mid-wicket. So Glamorgan have got that leg side thickly populated. As Patel ambles in, bowls, and turned away into a little gap in that leg side by Duplay to move on to 49 not out. Madsen has 40. It's 150 for 3. There is 0 crowd reaction to the 150 coming up because it is slightly irrelevant in the course of the game. But Derbyshire knocking the lead off, trail by 147 now. As forward comes Madsen to defend on the leg side off the inside part of the bat. Byram scuttles back from short leg to field. Bright sunshine here in the Welsh capital for this final day of professional action at Sophia Gardens. As that's cut away nicely by Madsen, and he'll pick up just 1 run down to Bevan at backward point. 151 for 3. No fireworks so far this morning, but I'm told there will be fireworks on the appropriate November weekend. It's the main display in Cardiff is here these days, because there isn't one over the way in Boot Park. 151 for 3.
Well, talk about fireworks. I was in a well-known store last weekend getting some food, and at the till there were about 3 different catalogues. It won't be long for Christmas, which rather depressed me a little.
I've seen Christmas products already on sale, mince pies. I suppose you can eat mince pies at any time of the year, but they were under a Christmas branding.
Yes. Now then, we've got a change. Michael Hogan is going to have a bowl after a 3/4 of an hour spell from Tim van der Gooten. His last day here at Cardiff, as he comes in now and bowls to Madsen, and that's outside the off stump, and it goes through, and this pitch seems to be getting slower and slower. Cook had to reach for that as he went forward, keep the wicket.
I wonder if we'll see the Michael Hogan fan club in the championship game at Hove, because they turned out in good numbers for the T20 game down there. He's got a particular rapport with a bunch of Sussex residents.
Here he is with this familiar run of his from the river end, comes in, bowls to Madsen. Madsen goes back on his stumps and plays it away into the covers. And if Glamorgan fail to win this game, they'll be very disappointed, because they declared on that second day after lunch they did take it very slowly to reach 550 in that period. Perhaps they might have just put the step on the gas a little bit more, which would have given them more time.
Yeah, England understands Lloyd looking to get his treble 100, but there ought to be instructions at the other end.
In comes Hogan and bowls, and this is a ball that comes in to Madsen, who plays defensively, not taking any chances.
Good news for Middlesex supporters, bad news for Glamorgan and Derbyshire supporters is that Toby Rowland-Jones has struck to remove Harry Swindells at Grace Road, and Leicestershire 41 for 5. Ackerman, their last hope really. 235 to win.
In comes Hogan again, close to the stumps this time, and he didn't know anything about that, did Marsden? He's going to get 4 fortuitous runs. He was looking just to nudge it away on the onside, got a thick outside edge, and immediately panicked and looked behind him, but well, it could easily have wrapped him on the pad, because he was playing, as I say, out towards that leg stump, and had it hit him, he would have been plumb. So
might just have reached 4th slip, although it was not very high as it went down there, and there's only 2 slips in at the moment.
Moves on to 45. Deploy is on 49 as Hogan on the button from the first ball. Prepares again to come in to bowl to Wayne Madsen, and bowls to him now, and plays that away on the offside, beats the man at cover, and that could run away for another boundary. It certainly does, and I think Hogan said that he wants another man either at slip or on the offside. So one lucky 4 and another controlled shot there.
Yeah, some more genuine effort, that one from Madsen, who moves up to rival Duploy on 49, having been behind him for most of the innings.
Now then the 2 slips remain, and the man about halfway, he just doesn't quite know where he's got to field, so he comes running back now. He ran away from short mid-wicket, crossed the field out to cover, and then he's told to go back again to exactly the same place. So Eddie Byram having the run around here
with the shin pads on as well, which doesn't help the movement.
Last ball of the over, 159 for 3. Good work from these two this morning. As in comes Hogan and bowls, and this is played defensively to Eddie Byram. Been in the action. That's the end of an over. 8 runs off it, but one very fortunate boundary. 159 for 3. The deficit going down 138, and as long as these two stay together, then Derbyshire will have high hopes, especially if one is dismissed. You've got Kame coming in next, who made 64, and Ajaz Patel, who made 92, had a splendid season, nearing 1,000 runs.
So Leicestershire 5 down, 41 for 5 against Middlesex, who are in second. At Chestler Street, Sussex hanging on at the moment, 63 for 4 in their second innings, still a massive 234 behind as they look to avoid an innings defeat at Taunton. Northants are just starting in pursuit of a nominal target of 462. They are 0 for 0 after 2 overs.
What's going on here then? Umpire Blackwell is having a word with the 2 batsmen, one of whom, Duploy, is down. Is he doing something to his boot, or has he done some injury? So now Madsen goes down to help him as well.
a touch of cramp, or he needs something doing up that he can't quite reach. Now he's fine. He's fine. Must have been just a temporary equipment malfunction, and of course it's in Derbyshire's interest to take their time for the batters between overs, because they don't want Glamorgan bowling more overs than the regulation 96 in the day, which they're quite capable of doing if they operate double spin for long periods. They're single spin at the moment, and Patel bowls to deploy on 49 not out, which is where he remains defending. Pakistan against England, third one-dayer, is at 3:30 in Karachi on 5 Sports Extra and the BBC Sports website. As Patel is in again to deploy, comes down the wicket and dismisses that one through mid-wicket. That's a fine shot. It's raced away for 4 runs, and that is Duploy's half century. He wins the race to that landmark. He's faced 96 deliveries and he's struck 8 fours.
Yeah, he's telling the bowler and telling himself, look, I'm not going to get bogged down here. If the ball is pitched up, I'm going to hit it. And immediately Patel has told mid-on to go back just a little, not to the boundary by any means, but halfway.
Subfielder Carlson on for Sam Northeast for the majority of this match. As down the wicket he comes again, and it's palmed away by mid-off, but it's still going to reach the boundary. Firmly hit by Duploy, who is not going to sit in his crease and be bowled at by Patel. Took a couple of steps down the wicket, timed that off drive really well, because James Harris got a good hand on it but couldn't prevent it from going to the boundary. 167 for 3. The lead is down to, or the deficit for Derbyshire is down to 130.
Yeah, Glamorgan will be beginning, they won't panic, beginning to worry just a little, because it's almost an hour gone since the start and no signs of any success.
Patel is in, and that's turned away on the leg side by Duploy, no run.
Quicker delivery there from Patel, because there's basically no spin here, and if you get it on the half volley then you can dispatch it at a slow pace, but he did, and he's also going over the wicket, which is interesting. He will aim for that rough, I'm sure.
Yeah, 33 years old, Ajaz Patel, but still learning, as he said, as that is chipped towards mid-wicket, but safe for Duploy. 57 not out. Says it's he's finding things different from the New Zealand domestic game. As back on his stumps goes Duploy, defends that one to mid-wicket, and Patel enjoying himself over here for this month period. 4 championship games he's played for, and I suppose this is the acid test really, whether he can win Glamorgan a game like this on a pitch that's helping him a little bit, but probably not as much as the home support and management would have hoped.
No, the rumour was that it would be a turning pitch. Well, it's very slowly, it's a slow turner, but very slow turn, and batsmen of this calibre can cope. Hogan to continue then from that far end as the sun beams down. Still the 2 slips and 3 saving 1, as in he comes and bowls to Madsen. Madsen guides that out to the covers where it's fielded. Normally you would see Salter fielding there, but it's Carlson who seems to cover just about every position apart from wicket-keeper in this side. Hogan again coming in and bowls. This again gets him on the back foot, and it's pushed away into the covers.
Emir Evans on Twitter says huge day ahead, and he hopes it's a sign that there's a horse called Here Comes Hogan racing today at Worcester.
Is it really? Which is what, about 500 or 600 yards from the new road?
Indeed.
A lovely new road. Michael Hogan turns, comes in and bowls to Madsen, and Madsen plays straight up towards mid-on.
Glamorgan certainly enjoyed themselves at New Road this season with a dramatic win in the county championship and a record-breaking knock from Sam North East in a one-day cup win there.
Yeah, Sam North East hasn't been here for 2 days. He has, I think he must have gone home for personal reasons, was the...
He's based in Canterbury still.
Yeah. Here's Hogan. Bowls to Marsden, who cuts fiercely and gets 4 runs backward of square.
We'll bring up Wayne Madsen's half-century then, off exactly 100 deliveries, and that is his 10th boundary.
Yes. I suspect Middlesex are watching this contest. Well, not the side, the support staff and anybody else except them and the supporters, because if they can't force a win here, Glamorgan, then I think we can safely say, Nick, that it'll be Middlesex who will gain promotion to whichever system we're going to play next year.
Yes, and if Glamorgan are stuck with a draw, they'd be on 192 points, which would be 17 behind Middlesex if Middlesex win at Leicester. So it would need Glamorgan to win and Middlesex to lose in the final round, which is a big ask.
Yes, and they'd be down at Worcester. Hogan is halfway through his run, and Madsen pulls away as if a fly has gone into his eye.
Yeah, I think that must be the case. He's mopping away, trying to escape something. I wouldn't have thought it was excess sweat after an hour on...
The cynical might say, well, he's pulling away and saving a little bit more time for his side. But knowing Wade Madsen, he's not that type of person. He's
well, with
a good man.
With the quicks on, they're not getting through the overs that quickly, despite Patel being at the other end.
All is well, and he will continue. So will Hogan, who comes in and bowls, and this time is guided into the covers, and there's no run. David Lloyd had slipped, racking his brains and thinking, yeah, well, I've got Salter to bowl off spin. That wasn't any problem last night. He has himself, of course, who in the past has come on and taken a wicket early with his medium pace, swinging deliveries. He might have to resort to that if things don't change.
He hasn't been among wickets in recent weeks.
In comes Hogan, bowls again. That's his shot played straight back down the pitch, and Patel will field it mid-off. One more. No, there isn't one more. That's the end of the over. 171 for 3. Deficit is 1-2-6. And you heard that announcement about 5 minutes after Nick announced it. So
they wait till the end of the over, which is fair enough over the public address.
66 when these two came together, and it's 171 for 3 now. And there's a little chat between Carlson, the captain, and wicketkeeper. Wicketkeeper was always involved because he sees most than anyone else perched behind the stumps.
Yeah, Carlson, club vice-captain, even though he's not actually part of the 11 for this match. Cook, former captain. And Patel will twirl away. He'll come over the wicket at the moment to the left-handed deploys on 57 not out. As that one is smashed away on the offside by Duploy for 4 runs. Now, Duploy, having been content to largely defend Patel yesterday, is really having a go at him this morning. 3rd boundary in the space of a couple of overs, which may not discourage the bowler too much, because an aggressive batsman is possibly more likely to play a false shot. But knocking off the deficit down to 122, Deploy back on his stumps, playing it into the offside. They'll run one, they'll think of a second, but they won't take a second, as a ferocious throw from Hogan, and Cook has to dive to take it as it sends a puff of dust up off the unused wicket. Elsewhere, Leicestershire 44 for 5, needing 275 to defeat Middlesex. Sussex still resisting against Durham. They're 72 for 4. still 225 short of avoiding an innings defeat. And Northants are 14 for naught, chasing 462, or not chasing it, against Somerset. Patel bowls, and back on his stumps goes Madsen, plays it gently into the offside. This is starting to look very simple indeed for the Derbyshire batsman.
This takes us back, Nick, for a couple of years, and Colin Ingram and Chris Cook coming in sort of late afternoon of the match against Nottinghamshire, doing exactly the same job and batting all the final day. Not that I'm saying that these two might, but they'll make a substantial chunk in that lead Glamorgan had.
As Patel is in, and this is driven back past him by Deploy again, using his feet to come down the wicket, so they're really going after Patel at the moment, preventing him from bowling to them in a passive mode. 178 for 3, 119 behind.
And it's ominous for Glamorgan and Patel, because Duploy has come down the pitch this morning knowing that there's not a lot of spin, if any, in this pitch, and he is able to play confidently with the ball not turning so much, if at all.
Madsen on strike, still a short leg in. That's a little bit short, and it's just played away gently on the offside for another single. 179 for 3. Dave Fletcher of BBC Radio Derby will return very shortly here on 5 Sports Extra, BBC Sport Online and the Glamorgan and Derbyshire Club websites. Welcome along wherever you're listening or viewing to a sunny day in Cardiff that's going Derbyshire's way so far. 56 runs added without loss, as Carlson is having a good look at and polish off the ball at mid-on, and Patel to finish his over, bowls, and Deploy defends this time. Deploy has 63, Madsen has 55, Derbyshire 179 for 3, trail by 118 runs here at Sapphire Gardens, and Dave Fletcher will be joining Edward Bevan.
Yes, a good effort by the two batsmen this morning, and Mickey Arthur, who said the first day here for his side was the worst day of the season, probably the worst performance. This after the captain had won the toss and decided to field first, which astounded everybody, and poor Godalman had to watch Glamorgan rack up 550 for 5 before they declared. They then got bowled out, and Glamorgan were firm favourites, but at this stage, you'd have high hopes, Dave, that Derbyshire could save this match.
Hopes, certainly. Edward, hopes. Not sure whether they're high, but they are hopes.
Yeah.
I've just been asked, actually, by our presenter in the studio, can they do it? I said, well, as long as these two hang around. No. As long as these two hang around, and as you were mentioning, Harry Kane and Anuj Dal had put on 145 for the 6th wicket in the first innings, hang around, they've got an opportunity. Here's Michael Hogan from the River End down the leg side, and it's not claimed by Cook. It might not reach the boundary. It doesn't reach the boundary, and they'll come back for a couple of byes as Harris picks it up down below us. 181 for 3. Unless it's already gone on.
You did ask me, didn't you, on the second day, does this pitch deteriorate and spin at the end? And I said, not since about 1965. And it's proving so this morning.
Yeah. No, it couldn't have gone much better for Derbyshire in the first hour and 7 minutes or so. It's Hogan into Wayne Madsen, and Madsen just goes on the back foot and pushes this up towards wide mid-off, where it's fielded by Patel and there's no run. Partnership worth 115 of 202 deliveries. Only the second century stand for Derbyshire in the match. David Lloyd was involved in 3, and one of those was a double century stand. On his way to that triple. Seems like forever ago. 181 for 3, Hogan bowls, and Madsen inside half of the bat towards the bottom as well, pushes this out into the onside and picks up another single. He'll go to 56, and Derbyshire to 182 for 3, trailing by 115, almost down to the psychological 100 barrier.
Yeah, this goes on in the early afternoon, I think we can start thinking of an early shake hands here. And especially they will be in the lead possibly by then. But you never know in this game, a couple of wickets and then it'll all turn again. There's plenty of overs left, certainly. 80.
They lost them in clumps in the first innings, didn't they? As Hogan bowls to deploy, pushes it out into the offside very comfortably, picks up another run to move on to 64, 183 for 3. It was very strange. They lost their last 5 wickets for 33 first time around, having been in all sorts of trouble, losing the first 4 for 50. So
more of the same, they would say.
They cannot relax. Both of these two have been in good form this season with the bat. As Madsen waits and gets a short delivery that he ducks underneath. That's he sways backwards as it goes through to Cook. It's Deploy's 7th time to 50. He's gone on to make a couple of centuries. And it's Wayne Madsen's 12th time to 50, and he's got 300s this season, in excess of 1100.
It is just, I think, after he got that first ball duck in the first innings, that he may be paying back some of the runs he was wanting in that first innings, but he's certainly playing extremely well here.
He waits now as Hogan bowls to him. That just hurries him a bit, manages to get some bat on it, probably just as well, because he was bang in front of his stumps there. He turned it down to backward square leg, but it's fielded by Salter, picks up another single to go to 58, 184 for 3. Well, he's now got 4 ducks this season to go with his 3 centuries. That's how these things work out, isn't it, usually? Dahl's the one who's yet to be out for naught. 3 centuries and 5 half centuries, all batting at 7.
Which suggests something to you, doesn't it? You were telling me yesterday that he has been tried at 3, but
I tried at 3 last year.
Miserably.
It was hopeless, and he didn't enjoy it.
You know, he does get a bit of trouble against the new ball.
Yeah,
and they put down the order.
But he wasn't being used as a bowler either then. So there's a lot of pressure on him to score runs, and that can often affect you, can't it?
Patel to continue round the wicket to Madsen, bowls the first ball, and he goes back and plays it, dabs it down to short leg. Andy Byram there fielding, helmeted of course. Just the one slip. Madsen hasn't really showed attacking intent against Patel. He's deploy, but here's Madsen going right down nearly with that forward defence and putting his bat on the ground to make absolutely sure it wouldn't spin.
I haven't seen him sweep yet. He loves a sweep shot, Wayne Madsen.
It's a bit dangerous, that shot, isn't it? Patel comes in and bowls, and an identical shot from Madsen, who pushes it back down the pitch. Halfway through this over, as Patel got bowls. That's a funny sort of shot. That is a sort of shovel shot that hit wicketkeeper Cook somewhere. He takes his helmet off. I think he's all right.
I think he might have hit his helmet. The umpire's calling for the physio to come on and check him out.
Yeah.
Did the bat swing around and clip him? Because the ball didn't seem to bounce. The ball didn't seem to bounce that much to me.
It's a funny looking shot. It wasn't a sweep, it's like a paddle shot. Out comes the Glamorgan physio, out comes the Derbyshire 12th man, the Glamorgan 12th man, and anybody else who cares to go on the field.
Yes, all the support staff. Nafi Sheikh, the Derbyshire 12th man, who fielded pretty much for the entirety of the Glamorgan innings when he replaced Ben Aitchison, is out there now, just giving drinks to where Madsen and Leas deploy, not removing his helmet completely, just sort of tilts it back, which is a shame because he wears a bandana when he's batting, which is very pleasant.
Score then is 164 for 3, 113 the deficit, deploy 64, and the other batsman, Wayne Madsen, is on 57. That ball must have spat off his pads and hit him on the helmet. It wasn't going at any speed, and merely a precaution as a Glamorgan physio. She walks off the field, quite confident that there has been no danger, and the game will resume.
Northamptonshire 15 for 2 against Somerset at Taunton, so they're in early trouble there.
Dead rubber, isn't it?
Sussex 76 for 5 now up at Chester Street. They still need another 221 to make Durham bat for a second time.
It was 6 for 3 at one stage, and I think it was 11 for 4, something like that overnight.
Something of a recovery, but they could probably do with that rain that hit the northeast yesterday returning. And Leicestershire 55 for 5. They need a further 220 to beat Middlesex, but it doesn't look as though they're going to do it.
Just a reminder that Glamorgan's final game last week will be down at, well, hopefully sunny Hove on the coast down the south. And Derbyshire will be at home to Leicestershire. Am I right?
Sunny Derby, yeah.
Sunny Derby. Yes, it's not a bad place for dry weather. I found that sort of divides the showers.
It seems to.
Doesn't it?
Yeah,
Remarkable.
it seems to.
And Worcestershire will be at home against Middlesex. Well, it will be Patel. No success for him, but he's continued to bowl and in again. Bowls, and this time they'll get a single as it pushes it wide. Harris was fielding at mid-on. 164 for 3 then. There is one ball left. Every time I seem to look at how many balls are left for Patel, there's always one because he rushes through his over. Deploy then. To face, he's on 64. Mid-on has been put back about 30 yards as he comes round the wicket to a left-handed deploy, and deploy clips that away. It was a cry of catch, wherever from, I don't know, because it went all along the ground. End of the over, and Derbyshire going along very nicely, 185 for 3, and Glamorgan have yet to take the wicket. We've had an hour and a quarter of play this morning, and if you go an hour and a quarter in to the afternoon, then possibly that we'll be saying shake hands, because
Derby should be contemplating the declaration.
yeah.
It was this time yesterday that we saw that most of that stand between Dahl and Came.
As if the wicket is absolutely dead, as it is now.
They didn't lose a wicket in the morning session yesterday. Added 75 runs, but then started to lose wickets immediately after lunch. So that's something that Glamorgan will be clinging on to, I'm sure.
Here's Hogan to continue. Bowls to Madsen, first ball, and he plays it back down the pitch. 185 for 3 remains the score. But when you think 78 overs and 5 balls remaining, plus possibly some more overs if Salter comes on and makes it an all-spin affair, then just to illustrate that, last night, and I still think it's the same, the over rate is plus 10, would you believe? I think it might have gone down with the quicks bowling, but it's Michael Hogan bowls close to the stumps and gets the ball that ducks into Madsen, and he covers up and pushes it back down the wicket. Not a great crowd here, as you'd probably expect, but the people who are here enjoying this lovely, glorious sunshine.
It's pleasant, really. It's cooling down, as you'd expect at this time of year, but it's still very pleasant out there.
Not a trees in the far distance, very still as Hogan bowls, and gets another one to nip back in, but it's watched carefully by Madsen, who pushes it back to cover. Yes, the trees on the far side opposite our commentary point, a few of them changing colour. I read one rather depressed person on social media last night saying, "I do hate the end of the cricket season." Well, yes, it's not the best time in the world, but as long as the next ball is a bouncer, which makes Madsen duck, If you, I find though, obviously I don't like the end of, I don't think you do, Fletch, either. As long as you've got interests in some sort of sports,
Yeah.
Otherwise you would have a boring winter, wouldn't
Yes, it would be a long time till April, isn't it? A long time till April, but yeah.
Footy tomorrow, the Brewers?
Shrewsbury, away.
Away.
Yeah. Very exciting.
In comes Hogan. Bowles, he's played that off his pads. He's done a lot of that, doesn't he, Mads? And he's obviously confident, because you could get, if there was a little bit of uneven bounce, keep low, and then you've gone. But he is confident in playing the ball off his leg. That was played off about Midland leg.
No, they both looked, I wouldn't say they were 100% comfortable. You never are as a batsman, but they've looked reasonably at ease out there, haven't they, so far this morning?
Yes, no chances given at all since either of them came in last night. Or yesterday afternoon, Madsen. I don't think...
James Harris is running from third man to fine leg, and he's getting the applause of the crowd down below us.
Here's the last ball of Hogan's over. There he is, in past the umpire, round the wicket and bowls. And that was played, about 6 Glamorgan fielders, the bowler, wicketkeeper, throw their hands up in despair as if to say, well, you'd missed that, pal. You would have been in trouble. But he didn't miss it, he got a single, and the score went out 187 for 3. Staying on the football news, I read this morning that lots of League Division 1 and League Division 2 have changed now. Because of the money they'll have to pay for the floodlights, they will be kicking off at either Hapslem 12 or 1 o'clock.
Yeah, and it's Mansfield against Walsall was the first one, I think, wasn't it, to say that they would kick off at 1 o'clock.
You know, you wouldn't disagree with that. You don't have to pay all that money. The fans get back a little earlier.
It's going to play havoc with the local radio schedules on a Saturday afternoon, of course.
Yes.
Ajaz Patel to continue from the Cathedral Road end around the wicket to deploy, takes 2 steps down the track and then defends it out into the offside, and they pick up a single as the ball dribbles away. David Lloyd comes around to do the fielding. 66 to deploy, 188 for 3. Derbyshire trailing by 109.
And if you think a wicket might fall here, I think it would be deploy. We've taken some chances but got away with them by advancing down the pitch, while Madsen has just carefully picked out his shots. But deploy is someone, as you said, yes, he doesn't like to be tied down. No, he doesn't. Madsen, he's come down the track now and he's launched that. That might go all the way for 6, you know. It has. Out towards just
long on.
Said that.
Playing conservatively, Wayne Madsen now. He's a fine striker of a cricket ball, as everybody knows who's seen him. And he's launched that one down the ground. Out towards long on for his first 6. And he moves on to 65. Derbyshire up to 194 for 3. And they trail now by 103.
So many times we've seen this over the years, or I have, where Glamorgan had high hopes, but then the wicket absolutely goes dead.
Patel's not getting an awful lot of turn.
Nothing at all, is he?
No. He's in now and bowls 5 wickets in the first innings, of course. Madsen pushes that back towards him on the offside. And Patel fields off his own bowling.
Yes, you would have thought after the good weather, lots of sunshine the last 4 days, that the pitch might be breaking up, but nothing of the sort. That will disappoint not only the Glamorgan side, but also Patel particularly would be expected to bowl Derbyshire out.
Next delivery's turned into a full toss as Madsen just stretches forward and punches it up towards Harris at mid-on. It doesn't get beyond him. And again, there's no run. And again around the wicket is Patel, the New Zealander, who is treated with the utmost respect by Wayne Madsen, pushing that ball out into the offside. Very fine cricketer. Patel has to be treated with respect. He's in again. The complete is over. and this time Madsen defends it straight back down the pitch. So I think just the 6 with the run scoring.
Single off the first ball.
So it was a single off the first ball. So 7 off the when the 194 for 3 deploy, 66. Madsen 65. Derbyshire trailing by 103. Madsen's now on 1169 runs for the season. Following that 6. Sam Northeast, who's sadly absent for personal reasons, and almost certainly wouldn't have batted again. You wouldn't have thought. He's on 1176, and Nick Compton's on 1193.
Nick
Compton.
Ben
Compton. Nick Compton is yes. He'd probably retired, has he? Ben Compton, 1193. So nice little race for the leading championship run scorer.
I think we might have a bit of spin here with the left-handed deploy, a bit of off-spin from Salter, and he has certainly taken over. Or is Hogan going to carry on? Hogan is striding back. No, because I was deceived there with Cook was standing up ready to put his helmet on, but now he's going back as if Hogan says, give me one more, because I fancy getting deploy. Nearly had him.
Feel the wicket, he's saying.
Yeah. And he will be bowling from that far end to deploy. Here he is, coming round the wicket. Bowls, this time it's played up towards short mid-on, and there's no run. Deploy 66, Marsden 65. They keep it up, and Marsden's faced 124 balls, and Deploy has faced 109, so they keep in pace with each other.
And talking of runs for the season, Deploy's gone over 800 now for the season, 802 with this innings.
Here is Hogan again from that river end, and bowls. That gets down very quickly on a ball of full length and pushes it away up to extra cover. And when the season starts next April or whenever, do we know what we're going to be playing?
No. No.
Very, very good point made by lots of people yesterday was, if my side is knocked out early on, I have to twiddle my thumbs for 3 weeks, having waited 6 months.
Yes, they can't possibly have it as a straight knockout.
Here's the next ball. Oh, and he's gone. He has gone, completely misjudged it, and that is the end of Deploy. And Hogan, I know, was asking for that second over. Patel tries to hug him and reaches his hips. So that is the end of Deploy. Hogan getting reward. He's gone for 66, and poor judgment, but a good innings. I think how he will describe that. Let's look at that again. Yes, he came in, and that came back and knocked the middle stump back, and Hogan is delighted.
Yes, real misjudgment from Les Deploy, who looks suitably disappointed as he leaves the field, head bowed, swinging his bat. And Derbyshire 194 for 4, trailing by 103, and that could be a pivotal moment in this game, and how fitting that it would be Michael Hogan to produce it in his last match here at Sophia Gardens for Glamorgan.
There was great discussion at the start of this over, and Hogan was sort of walking away to mid-off, and then Salter was, and I think he said something, as I mentioned, just give me another one, because I nearly had him last over. And that's exactly what happened, because that was a ball that was pitched outside the off stump but came back quite a long way to hit that middle stump. And well, you don't often see Hogan running around the field and happy about that. But here comes in another good batsman, and if he played half as well as he did in the first innings, that'll go a long way to saving Derbyshire. That, of course, is Harry Kane.
Yeah, 64 first time around, that big partnership with Ajaz Patel, which remains the biggest partnership for Derbyshire in the match. That one between Deploy and Madsen worth 128 for the fourth wicket.
So he comes in and he will face 3 more balls from Michael Hogan, who will want to make an impression. Not that he hasn't made an impression over the past 10 years. He has been simply magnificent, and when he came out yesterday, it was a rather a poignant moment when the Glamorgan side just stepped onto the field and then came back and called Hogan on to lead them out, and he raised his hat at everybody. Everybody was standing and applauding this great servant, and he will want to strike again a couple of times if he can. As Glamorgan will be buoyed by that with half an hour or so left until lunch. Here he is then, the first ball to Kame. Hogan bowls to him, and Kame just shuffles forward, knows again, I won't say poor chap, but if you know, you'll understand. Well, here I am again trying to save. I can't go out and play my shots.
I did ask him yesterday if he thought he and Ajaz could do it again if required, and he said, well, you've got to give it a go, haven't you? You've got to give it a go. But yeah, I think you're right in that he will eventually become an opening batsman.
The way that he judges length, and talking about judging length, that was a complete misjudgment, of course, by Duploy. Here's Hogan, bowls to Kame. Kame is forward, plays it back down the pitch. And possibly Patel would have been taken off because he'd gone for 65 of not many overs. Let's have a look. How many overs has he bowled? 17, and he's been punished this morning. But they might just leave him on now with the new batsman. Here's the last ball of Michael Hogan's over. He is in and bowls to Kame. Kame opens the face, guides it through second slip, and it's running up to the boundary, and they're going to take 2 runs. They might, no, they think of a third, but decline, and that is the end of the best over of the morning for Glamorgan, having dismissed Lewis Duploy. Fletcher will go off for a little talk to his Derbyshire and the surrounding districts for just a moment on Radio Derby, etc. Nick will come back, and then I shall be off for a lie down. Not exactly a lie down, because this is far too interesting a game. Your boy's done it again then, Nick Webb.
He has indeed, thanks to a bizarre misjudgment by Duploy, though it did come back
came back a lot.
A fair bit. And when you say off for a lie down, I think you mean off for a chicken curry.
Is that the lunch today?
So I understand.
Down the kitchen during this game, you seem to know the lunch menu for every day.
I was informed of all 4 on the first day. Things are obviously set well in advance here. They're not just on the whim of the catering staff, you know. Here's Patel to bowl to Harry Madsen, Wayne Madsen, with Harry Kame at the non-striker's end, and Madsen pushing forward.
Played Harry.
And there is no run. They're in no hurry, Harry. Madsen 65, 125 deliveries, so no hurry. As Patel bowls and just goes straight on really, and Madsen's able to defend it comfortably enough off the pitch, off the back foot. Doesn't really have to get forward that much at the moment. Patel trying his best to produce a few variations, but getting precious little turn really, as forward comes Madsen on that occasion.
Yeah, that'll disappoint the Glamorgan hierarchy, I think, because that's what he was signed for turning pitches.
Yes.
This is his second, we haven't seen any semblance of turn.
Patel having to work really hard, and played away off the back foot by Madsen, and there's no run. Said last night that he looked at these spells as a long-term thing to try and build up pressure on the batsman, and enjoyed bowling long spells. Certainly getting the chance in this match, but wicketless in this second innings, having got a 5 in the first. Patel bowls and played away on the leg side. Madsen decides eventually and correctly against the single, as Byram retreats from short leg to do the fielding.
And since he tossed that one up and was hit for 6 by Madsen, he's quickened his pace now.
Next delivery is defended comfortably enough, and there is no run at Grace Road. Leicestershire are still 5 down, so they've only lost the 1 wicket so far today. Ackerman and Scriven are still at the crease.
Well, you never know in this game. That could turn out to be very interesting now that the shine has gone off and Roland Jones has picked up his customary 3 or 4 wickets.
Yes.
At the start. What a good bowler he is.
Sussex are finally mustering some resistance at Durham, but they have lost a 5th wicket. Haynes has gone bowl a leg before to Gibson for 37. If you see O. Gibson for Durham, you think back to Otis, who played for Glamorgan and Durham, but it's Oliver these days. As there's a change of bowling.
Well, this does surprise me.
Hogan having got the breakthrough, Salter comes back straight away, and that was only a 5-over spell from Hogan.
Well, he takes a wicket, his bowl well, could he had deployed the over before he got him. Whether they're thinking, well, he's got a long bowl today, we just use him in small spells, but I'm very, very surprised, which the wicket does fall to Salter. Not Salter's fault, of course, he's a good bowler, but certainly one of the new batsmen, which I'd probably be proved wrong. I'll just do this over, then I'll disappear. But interesting to hear your views and also David Fletcher's views. But here we go, it is the offspin of Salter. And he is bowling to the new batsman, Harry Kane. And he comes and bowls the first ball, and Kane is forward.
Yeah, you'd thought Hogan 5 overs, 1 for 19. You'd think he'd operate in 6, maybe 7 over spells. Given that, well, don't have to keep him fit for anything after next week, really.
No, well, but it's Salter, and down the pitch comes Kane and plays it confidently out to the covers.
Well, interesting to see Kane using his feet already. Morgan will be happy to have him coming at them to some extent, with 3 close fielders up for anything that lobs off bat and pad.
25 minutes left before lunch as Salter bowls and just pushes back outside the line of off stump, the arm ball, and David Lloyd immediately had the signal because he moved a couple of paces to his right at slip. There's 2 short legs. Is he getting a turn? I can't see it from here, but it might be a bluff as the next ball played into the covers and there's no run.
Tim Fry suggesting that the lunch talk is making me think of Harry Ramsden, which is nearly an anagram of Harry Madsen, the player I just invented.
Yeah. Yeah, that's clever. No chips today, we had chips yesterday. Salter is in, and down the track comes the batsman. Plays it quite comfortably, quite easily. He's off the mark with 2. The second ball he faced, but no runs off this over. Last one coming up before Dave Fletcher will return. Here it is, and the cat has middled it. Every ball has been middled. I'm a bit bemused, but that is the end of the over. 196 for 4, Nick.
Thank you, Edward. Bad news from Grace Road. Leicestershire are 6 down. Scriven has gone caught at short leg off the leg spinner Luke Holman, and Derbyshire's misery continues, and Leicestershire's misery continues. Derbyshire will be keen to make sure that Leicestershire misery continues for a further week, with next week's activities at the county grounds.
Yeah, absolutely. They're trying to inflict some misery on Glamorgan here.
1 wicket so far, 23 minutes till lunch, and Ajaz Patel bowling from the Cathedral Road end. As forwards presses Madsen, that's just squirted wide of slip. They'll pick up a single, certainly off the edge of the bat, but it pitched well short of David Lloyd at slip, who might have twisted slightly awkwardly as he went down there.
Still hasn't got up yet, has he? I think he's all right though. Yeah, he's up.
Yeah, grin on his face, and calling it a bit of reinforcement as Kieran Carlson picks up the helmet So for the new batsman, there's an extra close fielder, and Carlson is going down on his knees in the praying attitude of second slip so that he can get lower to the ground. There's Patel bowls, and there's a appeal for LBW. It's given straight away. Well, the umpire didn't take too long to think about that one. Came has gone for 2. Derbyshire are 5 down for 197. There's still 100 runs exactly behind, and Came cannot repeat his first innings heroics.
It looked pretty out, didn't it, from here? I've got to say, we're not right behind, but it just looked out. And, well, as they say, 1 brings 2. Yeah, look at that. It's well below the knee roll. Harry Came had a look down because he thought he'd got a big enough stride in. But clearly, umpire Ian Blackwell didn't and sent him on his way. Haven't seen the replay from directly behind the bowler's arm yet.
I've rarely seen an LBW decision given as quickly as that.
Yeah, well, Ian Blackwell doesn't be hanging about at Sophia Gardens all day, does he? No, I mean, it looked very out. Again, just sort of our view. Well, it is our view because I think it's the little camera that's about 1.5 foot away from me that's showing that replay. The one from behind will be fascinating and very damning as far as Harry Came is concerned. Spoke to him last night, asked him if he could do it again, along with Ajaz Patel, having put on that 145 runs for the 6th wicket yesterday. He suggested he could. Of course, he wasn't going to say no. I don't think so. I wouldn't bother turning up tomorrow, Dave, because I won't be able to do it again.
I'll probably be LBW to a left-arm spinner within 5 minutes.
Yes.
Or 12 minutes to be absolutely accurate of his time at the crease. Faced 10 deliveries, but this is Derbyshire's key partnership now. They need another couple of hours out of these guys, don't they?
They certainly do. And I've just looked at a replay of the Harry Cames from head on. Dear oh dear. I don't think anybody's ever been more out.
Plum.
Very much so.
More plum than a plum tree. 197 for 5. So Patel now 1 for 66, 6 wickets in the match.
I suppose if you need anybody to come out at this point, it's the man who's averaging 75.
Yep.
To join the man who's averaging 61.
As Deploy certainly had a go at Patel. Be interesting to see if anyone else does to try and knock off that 100 deficit. As Dahl is forward to defend, or whether they'll just go into purely defensive mode for as long as they can.
They might do for the next 20 minutes.
Yes. 2 slips and a short leg crouch. Patel bowls to Dahl, who stretches forward and plays it off an angle back down to short third man. There is no run. 197 for 5, so 74 runs added this morning, but now for the loss of those 2 wickets, as stretching forward is Dahl once more. Deploy facing 111 balls for his 66, hit 10 fours. Madsen has already faced 131 for his 66, he's hit 10 fours and a 6. As that next delivery played off the back foot by Dahl, hoping for another long occupation as he did in the first innings. Applause from the crowd for Patel's successful over. It's 197 for 5, exactly 100 runs behind. And looking at the first innings stats, Dahl occupied the crease for nearly 4.5 hours. So if it does that again, Derbyshire will be happy bunnies.
It certainly will. He has rescued them on a number of occasions this season. Ajaz Patel, 3 centuries, 5 half centuries, including the one in the first innings here. Tells you the story. And he often, I mean, clearly batting at number 7, he often comes in when they're in a spot to bother, so it's nothing new to him. He's just having something removed from his bat by the umpire at the moment. Or is he trying to measure out? I'm not entirely sure what's going on there. Empire is really fiddling around with Ajaz Patel. Billy Taylor.
That's an immediate points deduction.
Well, we have lost points this season for an oversized bat. Matty McKiernan's was oversized in the Royal London. They lost 2 points. Here's Andrew Salter in and bowls to Wayne Madsen, who just pulls this without much foot movement, really, just swiveled at the waist. And picks up another single to move on to 67, 198 for 5, and it's now below 100. Oof. That's exactly what we wanted to see. Started off today, it was 174 runs required to make Glamorgan bat again. It's down to 99 now, but they have lost 2 big wickets. There's to Ploy for a 66 and Harry Kane for just 2. Salter in to Dahl, who guides this very pleasantly backward a square on the offside. They're going to go through or come back for a second run. Harry Kane made the point yesterday that he enjoys batting with Ajaz Patel, but finds it very difficult to keep up with him. He is an exceptionally quick cricketer, and that's not a quick cricketer, that's a quick cricketer.
Quite.
No hint of a blue bat out there at all.
That'll be at lunchtime.
Yes, indeed. Good to see as well, all 4 days. As Dell goes back to this one from Salter and pushes it back towards the bowler. Don't go back.
Yes, a variety of Cardiff primary schools have been providing guard of honour and having a run round on the outfield in the lunch interval.
Yeah, they've been very enthusiastic. It appears that they've enjoyed themselves. Next delivery is defended by Dahl out into the offside. It's young people at cricket matches.
On the other hand, most activities outside the classroom on a fine morning would probably be welcome.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I think they get a tour of the museum thrown in as well. Bit of education.
Yeah, they often get to wear some of the old shirts as well.
Salter bowls and they've been washed. That's been defended by Dahl. I meant the children rather than the shirts.
Sure, the children have been washed. Would hope the shirts had been.
Final ball of the Salter over. His 8th, 0 for 17 his figures at the moment, and Dahl goes back into his crease again and defends it down into the ground. And it is the end of the over. 3 runs from it. Dahl got his first. He's on 2, and Wayne Madsen has 67. Derbyshire 200 for 5, trailing by 97.
Leicestershire have summoned up all the defiance that saw them stuffed twice by Glamorgan in the championship season, and they're 72 for 7 against Middlesex.
Yes, Derbyshire won comfortably at Grace Road.
And may have high hopes of winning comfortably again next week.
Yeah, they're having a bad season, aren't they, Leicestershire? Sadly.
I wouldn't like to have Richard Ray's job this season, the BBC Radio Leicester commentator.
Well, he's a cheery soul anyway, isn't he? So he'll be with us next week, Richard.
As Patel bowls and Madsen on the back foot. He's optimistic in a lugubrious sort of way, Richard, isn't he?
Yeah. At least they've stopped running now, those foxes. That's the main thing.
Yes, Richard's kept running, though. He's a fine athletic operator. As that's pitched up by Patel, and he can't quite field it as it's driven back to him by Madsen, and they'll go through for a single.
Triathlons he does, doesn't he? Richard Ray.
Oh, it's triathlons now, is it?
Swimming, cycling, running,
Knew he was a marathon runner. 201 for 5.
Anything to keep him out of the house.
Dahl 2, Madsen 68. The men out this morning. Deploy 66 and came for 2. Dahl on strike. Patel bowls. Dahl defends. Carlson has given up the praying attitude at second slip. He is now crouching rather than kneeling. There's Patel in, bowls, Dahl forward, defends. I want to have those phrases recorded and just press them time after time.
It's going to happen a lot.
And the Cardiff sunshine as Patel balls. Dahl back on his stumps defending. Oohs and ahs from Glamorgan every time the batter is forced back towards his stumps, even though it was well enough played by Ajaz Patel, who spent a long time at the crease on the second evening and the third morning, and he's steered that one away to backward point. There is no run. 201 for 5. End of the Patel over. 12 minutes to go until lunch. At least 3 overs, possibly 4. How many have Glamorgan bowled this morning? 37 they were on overnight, so 25 bowled so far today.
It doesn't seem very many of that, does it?
No, I suppose they've had spells from 3 of the three seamers, and a bit of fiddling around by the Derbyshire batsmen. Entirely understandable.
I have no idea what you're implying. 201 for 5, Derbyshire.
They don't want to face more than the.
No, they don't. Absolutely.
The overs stipulated.
There is Andrew Salt at the river end. Balls to Madsen, who pushes it back towards him. And there's no run. These two have definitely got their eyes on chicken curry and rice now. I don't think there's any doubt. Billy Godman was out practicing his batting this morning, which seems slightly odd, because he's not going to bat again.
Till Monday.
Yeah. As, if he bats then, there's Madsen, because he could have batted on the first day in this game, couldn't he? Turning to the leg side, but chose not to. No run. Madsen 68, Dahl 2. Can't wait to hear what Mickey Arthur's got to say about that. When we speak to the coach at the end of this game, whenever it finishes, whichever result we get. Madsen pushes that one out square on the offside, in fact in front of square, for another single. We move to 69, 202 for 5.
I still expect it to go to the last session.
You do?
Yep.
Do you? Wow. I mean, I'd be delighted if it did. It might paper over the cracks of the first day and a half, but oh yes, we battled hard. Yeah, well done. Salter in again, back into his crease goes Dahl, defends it straight into the ground. Byram is now at silly mid-off. There's a short leg as well, and a slip.
I wonder what the chat is among the Derbyshire tail-enders from their coach. Well, the orders will be. I suppose it depends the run situation when the 9-10 Jack get in.
Thompson next. He is a tail-ender, sadly, but excuse me, batting quite high. As Salter bowls turn into the leg side by Dahl, just to the right of the man at short leg.
Yeah, that was a diving effort.
Wasn't far away from him either.
From Carlson under the lid now at short leg, because Byram's gone to silly point. I do like a silly point. I think it's a really good position to get in the batsman's eye and therefore in his mind more than short leg.
Yeah, short leg, out of sight, out of mind, isn't it? As it almost was there with Dahl. It was almost caught. Next delivery from Salter again, he goes back into his crease and forces it out into the leg side. It's the end of the over. 202 for 5, just a 1 run from it. Madsen moving on to 69. Dahl has 2. Sam North East 1176 runs, I think, at the moment this season.
Yes.
Wayne Madsen up to 1172 now.
Oof.
1193 Compton. And there is no prize for finishing. I don't think there's a prize anyway. There should be a prize, but I don't think there is. It's like the golden boot. There should be the golden bat.
Yeah?
Yeah. Let's start. Well,
why can't someone sponsor that?
When I'm in charge of the next high performance review, that's going to be the first thing I consider.
The golden bat. Maybe one for each division as well. Patel
depends how many divisions there are, of course.
Is into bowl, and Madsen defends. 9 divisions of 2 sides each.
Good Derbyshire play Leicestershire every week, because we do play them every other week at the moment, alternating between them and Nottinghamshire.
There's This one is defended once more by Madsen. No one ever suggests expanding the number of first-class counties, which, given that there are large parts of England that are not covered by a professional club. Patel bowls and pushed away on the offside by Madsen. Root fields at cover.
I've said it many times, cricket is the only sport that's looking to increase participation and spectators by contracting, which is a fairly impressive effort if you could do it.
Patel bowls, Madsen defends.
The next Football World Cup, I think it's got about 173 teams in it, hasn't it? It's harder not to qualify than to qualify.
Everyone goes through.
But the Cricket World Cup gets fewer and fewer sides in it each time. It just makes no sense and never has.
There's Patel into Madsen, 7 minutes till lunch, and he's forced that off the back foot, and Patel's missed it off his own bowling and will concede at least a couple of runs and possibly 4 as a result. It won't be 4 because James Harris has picked it up underneath us, and Patel will be cross with himself at giving away a couple of runs off his figures, which now stand at 1 for 69.
Before I get bombarded by Wales fans complaining that I've said it's harder to not qualify than qualify.
As that slapped away on the offside by Madsen, but fielded at cover, no run. 204 for 5.
It was for comic effect.
Indeed.
I wasn't having a dig. I shall be supporting Wales as much as I'll be supporting England in the next World Cup.
Well,
if I support anybody, given where it is.
Well, yes, there are arguments that support is sports washing a regime out there, aren't there? But there we are. Pick up a bucket hat before you go home, then the red, yellow and green
sure
things.
I'd suit a bucket hat, do you think?
I don't know why not.
They are interesting items of headgear, aren't they?
It's somewhat improbable that they've become fashionable again.
Yeah. Some of them are quite valuable, I understand. First edition bucket hats, 204 for 5, whatever they are. Salter is in, bowls to Dahl. It's short and wide. He cuts it away, and he's gone down to a sort of wide third man. They're going to come back for 2. In fact, they'll come back for 3 as Harris eventually reaches the ball. So Dahl moves on to 5. Derbyshire 207 for 5, trailing by 90.
Yeah, on the cricket field, you go by. Think of the likes of Jack Russell and maybe Bob Taylor and Alan Knott sort of era as well. Keeper would often be in a bucket hat. Russell had the one that he stitched together for years, didn't he?
Yes, I think he had the same one throughout his entire career. It must have been an absolute mess. Salter bowls to Madsen. He has no idea where that ball's gone. It's come off an inside edge down to backward square leg. He genuinely had no idea where that was. But he picks up a single. Moves to 72, 208 for 5.
Yeah, if Jack Russell replaced every bit of it, his bucket hat, was it the original one?
Yeah, Trigger's broom.
208 for 5. 4 minutes to go till lunch.
Salter tosses himself a catch. He's on his way in now. Bowls to Dahl, who clips this into the leg side. They're going to get at least 1. They might even get 2 here as Tim van der Hoogten goes chasing after the ball up towards long on. They do indeed come back for a second. Kieran Carlson, who's in at short leg, had his hands on his head there for some reason.
Edward Cooper sends us a menu from Lords and asks us if this is a preferred style of menu. And this is obviously not for the media at Lords, but
no, it'd be brown soup today, wouldn't it? Or green or yellow or indeed red. Salter bowls. That one's pushed out into the offside by Dahl. There's no run.
But yes, no doubt, he says, the administrators at Lords enjoy this opulence frequently while they consider the demise of the county championship, and sends us a menu with offerings of 3 choices apiece for starters, mains and dessert.
It was like a quail's egg. 210 for 5. Salter in, back into his crease goes Dahl, defends it out into the offside.
Oh, and we were perfectly adequately fed at Lord's. The cake was very nice at tea time, as it is here, and it was fruit sandwiches and soup at lunch every day, which is fine.
Yeah, it's poor. It is very poor.
It's all right.
No, it's not. Next delivery from Soldiers, defended by Dahl, out into the offside. They'd be better off just telling you to bring your own sandwiches. 210 for 5 at the end of the over. Derbyshire still trailing by 87. Madsen has 72. And Dahl has 7. 2 minutes to go until lunch, which is about the length of an Ajaz Patel over. And I'll speak to you again after lunch.
Dave Fletcher of BBC Radio Derby, here on BBC Sport Online, also on the Glamorgan and Derbyshire websites. Northants are going to lose to Somerset, who will put themselves into a position of absolute safety in the First Division, it would seem, because Northants at 48 for 5. Patel bowls, Madsen defends. Needing a further 414 to win. There have been a couple of wickets for Craig Overton, plus a run out. One apiece for Davey and Abel. Patel bowls. Madsen flicks one through mid-wicket and will pick up a couple of runs as James Harris has some distance to make. To field in front of the grandstand, 212 for 5. Derbyshire is trailed by 85 runs. Chester Street, Sussex still 5 down and miles behind in their second innings, but mustering a bit of resistance from an ever-changing Sussex side, as that's flicked away on the leg side, but this time stopped by Byram, so there is no run for Madsen, who's on 74 not out. 212 for 5, so 2 wickets in the morning session. I think Glamorgan probably just about have settled for that in their efforts to dismiss Derbyshire, but the deficit is down to 85, as that's a fine delivery from Patel that beats Madsen squared up and through to the keeper as he pushed at that. Now that one did turn sharply. It's found a bit of rough, probably on about middle stump there, and it's a sharp leg break effectively. Next delivery Madsen gets well forward too. And Leicestershire 7 down against Middlesex, 184 to win. So Glamorgan's principal rivals Middlesex are likely to wrap up victory sometime soon in the afternoon. Madsen defends. That is the end of the morning session here at Sophia Gardens. Derbyshire have lost the wickets of Lewis Deploy, bowled by Michael Hogan for 66, playing no shot, one that jagged back, and Harry came palpably leg before to Ajaz Patel for 2. But Wayne Madsen still leads the resistance. He's 74 not out off 150 deliveries. He has able assistance from Anuj Dahl, who is 7 not out, having top scored in the first innings. And Derbyshire still have hopes of avoiding an innings defeat, if not avoiding defeat as a whole. They're 85 behind with 5 wickets left. We will be back with commentary at 1:10 on BBC Sport Online.
got some lunchtime scores from the other games which are still taking place elsewhere around the country, like here they're all in their final day. At Taunton, Northamptonshire are 49 for 5, still requiring a further 413 runs to beat Somerset. After a damp day yesterday at Chesterfield Street, they've had a full morning in the seat beneath Riverside. At Sussex have moved on to 112 for 5. They're still trailing Durham by 185. At Grace Road, Leicestershire are now 91 for 7, still requiring a further 184 runs to beat Middlesex. If you're seeking a score sheet or a copy of Michael Owen's testimonial brochure or a copy of the 2022 Glamorgan yearbook, they're all available for purchase. You can get those from reception situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion, or alternatively, you can visit the Glamorgan Club shop where these items are available. The shop is run by Missouri Sports and is situated opposite Gate 2. And the shop will be open again this afternoon, as always. It's selling a wide range of cricket equipment and other items, including replica Glamorgan kit. If you're seeking refreshments, food and drink can be purchased using electronic means from the kiosk and mobile unit situated in the concourse area beneath the pavilion stand. There are also vending machines at the rear of the indoor school where you can obtain drinks and snacks. The CC4 Museum of Welsh Cricket is also open once again today. It's situated on the first floor of the National Cricket Centre and contains a number of displays celebrating the long and very proud heritage of cricket here in Wales. Now today is the last day for the special exhibition in the museum commemorating the life and career of Peter Walker, the former Glamorgan and England cricketer, who was also a well-known journalist and broadcaster. Peter sadly died during the spring of 2020, and his family have very kindly donated a number of items which, as I say, are on display for the final time today in the museum. And finally, a welcome to the boys and girls from Kitchener Primary School, who are just gathering on the outfield because they're shortly going to be giving us a demonstration of their quick cricketing skills.
I've avoided it, probably. It's just been time that we had it. Get these two. Things used to go up you were very good. We'll go a bit back. Yeah, I said it goes to the back. But if these two are still back, yeah, it's that kind of thing. Seems to have been a bit off the news now. I didn't see what's happening with that. I mean, I'm not a runner. I did like it. They're lovely though. Oh, it's the same thing with the news. So many times I can you haven't played 12 million quid if you're in this. Everybody's confident. I think probably decent morning with that. Yes. Yes, that would be good. Two more in the afternoon. Let's go into the same day. Always looking down. Yeah, when you've got an end opening. Once you start doing that, it never works. No, you know, but they do it. It never works. thought it was probably second. Probably thought, yeah, it doesn't know me. I'll try again because I won't see it though. Go forward, I should have won
Derbyshire 212 for 5 at lunch, still 85 runs in arrears. Glamorgan have taken 2 of the 7 wickets they need to keep up their promotion challenge, but they've had to work hard. Madsen and Duploy took their stand to 128 before Duploy was bowled for 66 by Michael Hogan. Ajaz Patel had Carrie Kame LBW for 2. Madsen's still there, 74 not out. With rivals Middlesex poised to beat Leicestershire, Glamorgan badly need to win this one. Derbyshire 212 for 5. Play resumes at 10 past.
Once again, many thanks to the girls and boys from Kitchener Primary School, as well as the staff, for demonstrating their cricketing skills during this lunch interval. Also, many thanks to those who are performing this afternoon's Garden.
It's on like a bit of a leg and island, isn't it? I've never been. Yeah, well, you shore on like a rescue comes up. It's on the other side of the edge. So you drive there, comes like a park. It's quite nice to drive. It's on the end of the leg, so it's basically on the whole estuary. I thought this would be lovely and scenic. What it is, you get ships coming up the estuary to a scrapyard. On the Sunday, you want to do that, you do a work, you do Tuesday, you've got all these trains and machines and stuff, you get this billion watching all the day, you get it back and it's doing all the day, and it wasn't seen at all. You look at like what's on like an industrial estate when you use the river to rig stuff all around. It's really wide yesterday. Well, one was there before. I've stood to the well before we went to one spot. One of them. You say we're one of them. Yeah. This what you want. So this purchase. It set down recently. And he got the second loss of the both of them actually did go there. No, false the two of you and Ben Ellis got man from his debut. He played well. He got bored all the while. But in all fairness, I'm talking about his daddy. He put 2 in well, I think Chris's name, is it? I'll see him back here. We must have made him a No? No, second aside.
Very good afternoon and welcome back on BBC Sport Online, where the sound of excited children gracing the Sophia Gardens turf has died away, and we're back for the action between the professionals, with Derbyshire 212 for 5, 85 runs short of avoiding an innings defeat. 67 overs potentially remain of the day's play.
Yes, advantage Glamorgan. Brian Collins has said that the golden blade would be better than the golden bat. Thank you, Brian.
Yeah,
we're talking either way.
We'll take that on board.
I'm happy.
In our commentator-led high-performance review of the county championship and other county cricket.
And good to see Sean Jarvis, the chief executive of Leicestershire, joining in. The HPR proposals threaten our survival, he says. That's Leicestershire, so they'll take another one.
Neil Thornycroft on Twitter says, "Pity there is no commentator camera. Always look forward to viewing Mr. Fletcher's splendid beard."
Thank you very much.
It is as splendid as ever. As Andrew Salter will bowl the first over from the River Taff end in bright sunshine, with 3 clustered round the bat as he bowls and Dahl back on his stumps defending. Do you keep a constant length for your beard, or does it
no.
Does it get a lot longer and then have to be trimmed back?
It doesn't seem to grow much longer than it is at the moment. It's gone a bit lopsided, I've noticed in the mirror, unless I was lopsided.
As Salter bowls and Dahl pushes forward. Well, he did have a few last night.
1 or 2.
Allegedly.
So, I might be in for a trim Sunday, I think. Always good to have something to look forward to.
Barber open on a Sunday?
No, I did it myself. I'm not a barber. Blimey.
Salter in, bowls, and Dahl steps back and cuts hard. Oh, they think of a single from Misfield. Harris, though, recovers quickly. And Madsen at the non-striker's end, quite rightly, had nothing to do with Dahl's desire to take a single.
No, it doesn't seem to appear a bit rash
in the present circumstances. Derbyshire battling to avoid defeat as Dahl drives one pleasantly over pitch from Salter through the covers for 4 runs. The deficit plummets downwards to 81. 216 for 5.
Yeah, that was a full toss in the end, I think. He might just have made it on the full. Certainly a poor delivery from Salter. Breezy.
A little bit of breeze on the
effects
microphone downstairs, yes, and also gently wafting through the partially opening window of the commentary box.
It's very sensitive, that microphone, though.
It is. Which chit-chat serves to fill the gap while Michael Hogan retrieved the ball, and Andrew Salter is in to bowl to Dahl again, who's back on his stumps, turning it on the leg side. Oh, it's misfielded by Patel at square leg, but to no ill effect because he recovers quickly. 216 for 5.
I was told there shouldn't be any dead air. Of course, there are some commentators whose silences would set off the emergency tape.
Salter is in to bowl, and Dahl slaps another one through the covers for another 4 runs. Well, Salter won't be happy with that. He's over-pitched one, and then that one was played comfortably off the back foot. Sat up rather, no turn at all. 220 for 5. Dahl gallops on to 15 not out. Madsen is on 74. Derbyshire losing the 2 wickets in the last stages of the morning session. Duploy bowled by Hogan for 66, playing no shot, but it did jag back at him and came plumb to Patel, leg before, for 2. A bit of Harris to start the afternoon. 13 overs remain until the new ball, which could be key in Glamorgan's victory hopes.
Yeah, there's he's got 1 for 41, Harris, in 13 overs, but a little surprised. And then it's continuing to twirl away.
Yeah, Yes, Harris had a fine delivery to dismiss Rees early on, but just although he's beaten the bat a few times in his morning spell, a little too much inaccuracy still.
Yeah, it can be expensive, or has been. We get more than 3 and over, but that's about what Derbyshire are going at. 66 overs, the minimum thereof, left in the day. Derbyshire 220 for 5, still trailing by 77. Harris bowls to Madsen, gets some movement in the air. Moving in to the right-handed Madsen.
Northants are not enjoying life in Taunton. Somerset 337 for 4 declared. Nottinghamshire needing 462 to win or to bat rest of the day out. They're 49 for 6. 2 apiece to Davy and Overton. 1 to Abel. Not much resistance going on there.
Yeah, these things happen. They've done brilliantly all season. As Harris is in, that one's down the leg side. A really good stop by Cook, diving away to his left-hand side. That one moved quite appreciably in the air on its way down the leg side, and Cook had to be alert there. I think he might have hurt his hand, which is just flexing his fingers of his left hand, but good stop.
If Harris can start one of those outside off stump,
that would be the delivery.
That would have been a vicious delivery.
Yeah.
With that amount of swing. With the old ball.
Could be reversed, but I've no idea what that is. So
in swing.
He's in again and balls, and Madsen turns this one into the leg side for a single. Byram does the fielding. 221 for 5. Madsen up to 75. Yeah, John Sadler, the coach at Northampton, has done a terrific job. There's John, isn't it? Yeah. To keep them in that division. I'm gaining promotion 17 years ago, or whenever it was they were originally promoted.
2019, wasn't it?
Yeah. Really, really good that they've managed to survive in the top flight. We were chatting to him at the T20 or the 50 overs. He's a former coach at Derbyshire, of course. Some interesting observations as Harris is in and bowls. That was a full-length delivery. It's dug out by Dahl. It was dug out from about a yard outside the off-stump, mind. And they scamper through for a quick single, and he indicates to Wayne Madsen that the ball is doing something. We asked him what the difference was between the first. Is there really come on, tell us, is there really a difference between the first division and the second division? He said the biggest difference that he'd found was that after the 2 opening bowlers had gone off, the next 2 bowlers were as good.
All right.
And it was relentless in that way. And he said that was the biggest difference that Northamptonshire had found. Was this next delivery? Oh, that's a good one. It's pushed out into the offside by Madsen. That one moved away from Madsen. No run, 222 for 5. Deficit 75.
Well, it's been interesting that in the last couple of seasons, when we've had first regional conferences and then different sort of conference followed by odd playoffs last year.
They could return. Next delivery again is an away swing that is defended by Madsen, straight back to the bowler, and it's the end of the over. 222 for 5. Madsen has 75. Dahl has 16.
Some of Glamorgan's better performances have been reserved for the likes of Lancashire and Yorkshire, who are traditionally seen as strong. And then Glamorgan have sort of lost to the sides around them in the table, which has been rather odd. But the last couple of seasons, when of course we haven't had a first and a second division for most of the season anyway, that well, actually, I'll take that back, because Glamorgan didn't perform well against anyone in 2020. Dire red ball mini-season. Salter bowls and Dahl digs it out gently to mid-off. No run, but then we were so grateful to be watching cricket at all, we didn't really carp too much.
No.
Everything in perspective. Derbyshire 222 for 5. 75 behind. Dahl forward defensively. Salter trying to settle into his length after being hit through the vacant covers by Dahl a couple of times in his last over. That gap in the covers is still pretty much there. There's Dahl back on his stumps, leg glances down to Patel at backward square. The kids of the Kitchener Primary School making some admirable noise away to our left.
I think they'll be able to keep it up for long now.
Go kids. Salter bowls, and Dahl gets that one off the bottom of the bat as he comes forward, defending back to the bowler. Lloyd is at slip, the skipper. And Glamorgan also have Byram and... is that Root who's gone to backward short leg? As this one is flicked wide of said backward short leg, off the pad I think. Single? No, a bit of bat. It's Root who's in there.
Root, yeah, he's not been in there before, has he?
So, just looking round, can't see Kieran Carlson
Gorvin's
anymore.
on again.
Ah, right.
At mid-wicket.
They've changed the substitute fielder. Some Northeast still absent. So Kieran Carlson, who's been on the field most of the time, has given way to Andy Gorvin as a sub for Northeast. 223 for 5. Salter bowls. Madsen defends to short mid-wicket. Andy Gorvin, the medium pacer. 223 for 5. Dahl 16. Madsen 75. 64 overs remain for Derbyshire to negotiate and avoid losing the game.
That over 8's coming down. It's only +9 now.
Disgraceful.
You got to move on. 26 these two are put on in 58 balls. The runs are important because once they get in front, it's double time. They're taking time out of the game, and Glamorgan will need time to bat if we get that far. Nick is convinced we will. James Harris begins a new over from the Cathedral Road end. First ball is wide of the off stump and left alone by Ajaz Patel.
Well, there's an accomplished pair of batsmen at the wicket, and the pitch is giving not much help to the seam bowlers. It's swinging a little bit for Harris, and it's turned once sharply, I think, out of the rough for Patel, but not consistently.
Here's Harris again. In and bowls. That one's turned into the leg side by Dahl, followed by Root.
But Glamorgan did go bang bang in the morning session.
They certainly did.
In the cricketing cliche.
Yeah.
And Glamorgan's rivals, Middlesex, are still only 3 wickets away from victory. If Colin Ackerman can arrange to face the next 60 overs, that would be good.
Next delivery from Harris is driven out into the offside by Dahl. It's beaten the man close in at point, and it's gone all the way to the boundary for 4. He's getting a move on here this afternoon. Ajaz Patel has moved on to 20 from just 36 deliveries. That's his 3rd boundary of the afternoon session. Derbyshire have gone to 227 for 5.
Sussex's resistance at Chester Street is crumbling. They've lost a couple of more wickets. They're 112 for 7. Still 185 runs behind. Potts has got 1 and Rain has got a 4th.
Next delivery from Harris is chopped away back at a square on the offside by Ajaz Patel. He runs the first one really quickly, but he's only going to get 1. Field around pretty sharply.
Throwing in a very powerful throw. It had to be backed up because it was well over the head of Chris Cook.
Get that ball in though, that's the key.
Get it heading somewhere in the right direction.
Yeah. That's always the key, isn't it? Always the key. It's going dark. Yeah.
Well,
Beautiful all morning.
Bit of high cloud coming overhead.
Too dark. Harris is in and balls, and Madsen just drops the bat on that one, pushes it out square on the outside.
Yes, Chestler Street was one of Glamorgan's most frustrating games of the season, chasing 190 odd in the final innings. They made a Horlicks of it, really. And Marty Potts was picked for England as a result. Bowled pretty accurately, but Glamorgan batted quite poorly on the fourth day.
Next delivery just comes back a little bit at Madsen, and he's firmly behind it. End of the over. Umpire Ian Blackwell drops James Harris's cap in the dust. Gives it a bit of a dust off before handing it back to the bowler. 228 for 5. Derbyshire. Dahl has 21. Madsen has 75. And the deficit's 69 now.
Temperatures around 18 Celsius this afternoon. A little cooler next week, as you would anticipate around the country, although last season Glamorgan's game at the Oval was played in glorious sunshine almost throughout. It's a shame glorious cricket wasn't played in the glorious sunshine. 1,300 odd runs for 10 wickets over 4 days.
Anybody, is it?
Salter is in to bowl, and forward props Dahl to defend.
They don't like that sort of thing in Chelmsford.
They don't like day 3 in Chelmsford this week.
40 wickets in a day in a session.
Salter into bowl, Dahl defends.
Which is 10 wickets a session. That is remarkable, isn't it? Even I haven't thought about it. Just madness. Absolute madness.
It's not a fair contest between bat and ball, that's for sure.
No.
This is a contest probably tipped in favour of the batsman just about by the wicket, as Dahl drives firmly back to Salter, who fields well in his follow-through. It's even on the fourth day, it's not really giving the bowlers much assistance.
Fortunately for Glamorgan, the batsmen are giving the bowlers some assistance.
Some of them have. Salter bowls, Dahl pushes into the covers. Fielded by Harris, no run. 228 for 5. Derbyshire just 69 runs behind. And still recognised batters at the crease in Madsen and Dahl. But Glamorgan might have hopes of going through the lower order reasonably quickly, as they did in the first innings, once they break this one, which they haven't with that delivery, because Dahl's driven it to mid-wicket, no run. So Derbyshire followers, certainly hoping that these two bat through the major part of this session. As Salter is into bowl to Dahl, who pushes forward into the offside. Harris stoops to field. He might as well hang on to the ball, because he's going to be delivering it in just a moment. 228 for 5, Derbyshire here on BBC Sport Online. Dahl has 21, Madsen has 75, and the deficit is 69 runs.
Doesn't look like it'll be long before we see Ajaz Patel again, though. He's just been windmilling his arms around.
We might as well bowl a few before the new ball, which is relatively close, actually. I'm surprised they haven't given him a longer ball. I suppose he had a fair few this morning. Just 1 wicket for Patel in this innings to add to his first innings 5. Been 1 apiece for Harris and Hogan, and 2 for Van der Hoogten.
He jinxed him by talking to him. Here's James Harris beginning a new over from the Cathedral Road end, bowling to Wayne Madsen, who cuts that one away nicely out towards the covers. Actually, it wasn't as nice as it initially looked. It only went halfway to the boundary before it was cut up by Andrew Salter, so they go through for a single. Madsen moves to 76, Derbyshire 229 for 5. Trailing by 68. These two have put 32 runs on so far for the 6th wicket. It was the 6th wicket that provided the bulk of the runs in the first innings as well. Dahl and Kane. This one's a short delivery from Harris that Dahl ducks underneath. I don't really think he had to duck. It was quite a long way over his head. Derbyshire don't want a no ball. They're not bothered about having that one bowled again. Just adds to the amount of deliveries that they have to face. I'll be quite happy that the umpire kept his arm down by his side. Ian Blackwell, who's standing at the Cathedral Road end. Umpire Billy Taylor, currently at square leg at the river end. As Dahl waits and Harris bowls to him. That's on leg stump and turned around the corner. Very fine. There's a bit of a chase there for, I think that's Michael Hogan.
Yeah,
it is.
Not much of a chase.
Well, I didn't want to say, but he did look like he was moving away from the ball at one stage. He was going that slowly. Dahl picks up a boundary, moves to 25. Derbyshire 233 for 5. I might have to nip.
Please do.
Apologies.
Dave Fletcher will nip. As far as the back half of the commentary box, which still bears a Test match special label on it. As Harris bowls, oh, that's a fine delivery. Bat and pad together. Harris appealed, but I think it was inside edge onto pad. As yep. Inside edge on the pad. Harris sinks to the turf. Disappointed. Hopefully not as yet despondent. He's getting a bit of swing in this particular spell with the old ball. As Harris is in bowl, and there's a appeal for caught behind. He's out. Anish Dahl has gone for 25. Derbyshire 6 down, still 64 runs behind, and some decent bowling from James Harris in this spell has had its reward. Hugs all round for James Harris. Glamorgan's fielders obviously know how vital a wicket that could be, exposing the lower order. Dahl's gone for 25 of 47 deliveries. Looking at the replay, he probably didn't need to play that one, but it was in the old corridor of uncertainty. And everyone went up, and that really could be a very important wicket in keeping alive Glamorgan's hopes of taking this promotion chase into the last week of the season. Outside off stump, just nipped back a little bit. Dahl was drawn into playing at it. Appeal straight away. Dahl naturally looked disappointed. Up went Mr. Blackwell's finger. 233 for 6. Dahl gone for 25, and Alex Thompson will be the new batter. As Dahl didn't think that he'd hit it from the look of it, but there's obviously some sort of noise because everyone went up straight away. 233 for 6. Thompson, who got a duck in the first innings, who was leg before to Ajaz Patel, and indeed the bottom 4 of the order only contributed 18 runs between them in the first innings, and if that happens again, unless Madsen pulls off a cricketing miracle at the other end, then it will be Glamorgan's game, it seems. words between the tall figure of Alex Thompson and the well-established batter Wayne Madsen, who's 76 not out. BBC Sport Online. Dave Fletcher will be back fairly shortly once he's delivered his radio thoughts to the people of Derbyshire. Harris in to bowl to Thompson, down leg side, well stopped by diving Chris Cook, and they decide not to risk the single. 2:33 for 6 at the end of Harris's successful over. He's bowled 16 overs, 2 for 53. So Wayne Madsen presumably will be looking not necessarily to farm the bowling too much, but maybe to take the majority of the strike. As Salter will start a new over with Madsen on strike. And for Madsen, there's only a slip under short leg. Earlier Glamorgan did have a backward short leg, come a leg slip as well. And Salter will start this over to bowl to Wayne Madsen, who is flicking this one on the leg side. It's half fielded by Gorvin at mid-wicket. It parries his way up towards mid-on, and they will amble through for a single as Van der Hoogten completes the fielding. 234 for 6. Dave Fletcher is back with us.
Yeah, they didn't come to me that time, which is a real shame, because I always like telling people about a gross injustice. Ajaz Patel was nowhere near that. He made his feelings perfectly clear, but if you look at the replay, remarkable decision.
Driven by Thompson up towards mid, by Thompson to mid-off. There's no run. It's obviously a noise of some sort, because everyone went up. Think it was bat on pad, do you?
Well, it certainly wasn't bat on ball.
Forward stretches, Thompson appeal for LBW out. Salter strikes. 2:34 for 7. Glamorgan on the charge. Thompson completes a sorry pair. Third ball.
Yes. The end is nigh. I would suggest 63 required for required to make Glamorgan bat again. And it'd be a shame if a shocking decision was the one that proved to be the catalyst for a huge collapse, but that's what it appears like at the moment. Oh, having said that, Alex Thompson didn't hang around too much in the first innings either, so perhaps we shouldn't have expected too much from him. He hasn't been playing an awful lot just recently. So this next one, we'll get 2 out. We'll get 2 for the price of 1, I think, won't we, here? Unless his ankle's stiffened up completely and they don't think it's worth sending anybody out. But Wayne Madsen, who's on the same number as the back of his shirt, 77, would dearly like some company to continue to get some runs as he looks to get to the top of the scoring charts. And there are indeed 2 batsmen coming out, so that means that one will be batting and the other one will be running.
So bog-off offer.
13 more runs he requires at the moment, Madsen, to overtake Compton, or level with Compton, I think. Is that right?
He's probably gone past North East now, hasn't he?
Yes, he's gone past North East by lunch. He's up to 1180 now. Compton's on 1193.
Yeah, Madsen 1104 coming into the game. Didn't add to that in the first innings. So 1181.
1181, oh right, that's even closer than I thought. Yes, you're right, 1181, averaging 62.
As he bids for the hypothetical Golden Blade trophy, which will be introduced. And present it to him.
Present it to him, yeah. There's a three-way conversation going on between the stricken Ben Aitchison, Wayne Madsen, and the man who just can't keep himself out of, or keep himself off the pitch, really. Brooke Guest hasn't contributed that much with the bat, but was out there for 66 deliveries in the first innings with Aitchison.
Salter then to the new man, whose movement might be still somewhat limited. Salter bowls to him and he drives back to the bowler. Aitchison and Guest. Sounds like an invitation, doesn't it? End of season dinner. We're pleased to invite Mr. Ben Aitchison and Guest. Forward stretches Aitchison, not requiring the services of said Guest, because it's a dot ball. The runner stands miles away at square leg. I've no idea how he could give a close run-out decision involving the runner.
I don't know why he has to stand that far away, really.
He's trying not to get in the mid-wicket's way, I suppose, and also to prevent the likelihood of being given run-out, possibly. Salter bowls. Aitchison drives back to the bowler, who tumbles to field in his follow-through. And Derbyshire have lost 2 wickets in successive overs. They're 234 for 7. Madsen has 77. Emir Evans suggests that he's slowed down the Dahl dismissal, and suggests that it flicked the glove of Anuj Dahl on the way through. June the tea lady says Middlesex are taking it out of our reach anyway. Well, not entirely, Mrs. or Miss Tea Lady, because Glamorgan would narrow the gap were they to win, as they've picked up more bonus points than Middlesex this week.
Some very long fingers.
Dave is also slowing down the Dahl dismissal.
It goes past about 6 inches below the end of the handle, so 6 inches from the top of the blade of the bat. Here's Harris bowling to Madsen, who defends. Well, it's immaterial anyway, but nobody likes to see somebody given out when they're not out.
I'm sure every Welsh supporter would concur with you.
If they were going to do it, I'd prefer they'd have done it this morning, and then we could have got off in the afternoon, whereas now it's almost entirely pointless, isn't it? We're already at 20 to 2.
Oh, Bringlass Tunnels. Those Bringlass Tunnels in Newport.
What I can't understand about the M4 is you come down from Monmouth, which is the way I always come, and the M4 is 50 miles an hour. I thought it was a motorway. 50 miles an hour. This one is defended by Madsen, pushed out into the onside as it just comes back at the Derbyshire batsman.
It's 50 miles an hour right through the Newport area, which is particularly galling when you're travelling back late at night and there's very little other traffic on the road, but you know that there are speed cameras, so you've got to stick to it.
Got to stick to it.
As indeed you should, regardless of whether there's
speed cameras or not. Yeah, absolutely.
I think that says somewhere in my BBC contract.
All due care was taken. Yes, I just thought that was a bit odd, but there we go. In goes Harris again. Oh, and Madsen has played on. That is the wicket that secures the victory. You would have thought for Glamorgan they might still have another 2 wickets to claim, but Madsen has gone. He's not going to get another century. He's been bowled for 77. And, well, he can probably regard himself as slightly unfortunate, but it was a thick inside edge down into the ground and removed the leg bail. Madsen becomes Harris's second victim in successive overs and the 3rd wicket in 11 balls as this collapse, which started with that decision to fire off Anuj Dahl, continues. Derbyshire 234 for 8, still trailing by 63.
Yes, it could be the sound of, if not starting the cars, then finding the car keys, couldn't it? Because you wouldn't necessarily expect Aitchison, Connors and Sylvester to trouble the Glamorgan bowlers for long between them.
No, indeed. No, this is it's all over. As if it wasn't all over when we came back first thing this morning, but it's certainly all over now. This will be one of the more remarkable draws in the history of draws.
It's all over now, baby blue.
Who is it? It's Sam Connors. Of course it is.
Sam Connors to be followed by the young Welshman Adam Sylvester on first class debut.
Can't rely on a Welshman, can you?
We might decide to open his shoulders. Where's Mr. Bevan when you need him?
Oh, don't worry, you carry on.
I've got
yes, you've got all sorts
a bit of writing to do as well.
All sorts to do. Off you go, go on.
I'll go and find him. I shall summon him.
Don't worry. They might be all out by the time you find him. 234 for 8 now. Both batsmen out in the middle. Yet to get off the mark. Sam Connors yet to face a delivery, and he will be very shortly. Ben Aitchison's faced 3. And all this started with that Dahl decision. That can't mask the poor performance that Derbyshire have produced here at Sophia Gardens. It doesn't excuse the decision to bowl first, but it certainly hasn't helped Derbyshire. With Dahl and Madsen out in the middle, they had a chance. Once one of those two went, they had little chance, and now they've got no chance because neither of them are there. All started by a shocker of a decision. Harris is in and bowls to Connors, who's off the mark, just dabbing it back with a square on the offside. Just trying to work out. Just for a split second, even I forgot there was a runner and couldn't work out why Brooke Guest was racing towards the danger end, but that was the reason.
Oh, very frenetic, and I missed Mr. Madsden's. I was just crossing from next door. He bowled, was he?
Played on.
Played on.
Yeah. Yeah, thick inside edge, knocked the leg bail off. He did hit the ball.
Yeah.
Unlike Ajaz Patel.
I suppose it goes round and round, those decisions.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I'm not suggesting that's going to be the reason for Derbyshire losing this game. That goes back a long way. That's a nice bit of defensive work by Ben Aitchison. Ben Aitchison was there's no run, pushed it out to the offside. Now, they said that he was keeping his feet up, or keeping the weight off his feet in the hope that he would play in the next match. If he plays on Monday, Ben Aitchison, I would be staggered because he can barely walk. He can barely walk.
Well, that's nonsense, isn't it?
The good thing is that Nick Potts was bowling at lunchtime, so he'll come back. Will Adam Sylvester get a second go? This next, that's a terrific delivery from Harris. It's gone past the outside edge, and well, Aitchison knew nothing about it. He remains on naught. Connors has won. 235 for 8 after the third successive over in which a wicket fell, and Derbyshire are trailing by 62. Glamorgan on the brink of victory, Edward.
Yeah, and well, we did remember Aitchison, 66 balls for 6 first innings. He can prop and cop, as they say, and he can defend, but that's not what they want at the moment, really. You might as well play your ordinary game. As Sam Connors, who showed that he can hold the bat, even though he only scored 1, he can defend. Andrew Salter from the River Taff end comes in and bowls, and this is pushed back down the pitch. I would imagine that these two know they can't defend for another 4 hours, so let's see if they play the usual, the number 11, and have a crack at it.
I don't think Aitchison will.
Aitchison, Collins pushes it back down the pitch. Good stop by the off spinner. Yeah, we've had some LBWs. Well, Godalman was plumb, Kane was plumb,
absolutely,
and Thompson was plumb, but poor Dahl seemed to have a poor decision. We slowed it down in the technical room. You could see us nowhere near it.
Well, but there was this correspondence.
Here's the next ball, and that's beating him outside the off stump. Cook takes it. Correspondence
Somebody said that they'd slowed it down and it had come off his glove. Well, not unless his fingers are 15 inches long. It didn't, I would suggest, respectfully.
And he's not the sort of person I've been watching for 4 days to hang about there.
If he'd have nicked it, he'd have gone.
Yeah.
No question about it.
Next ball is pushed to mid-on. There's no run. Yeah, see,
He definitely lingered, didn't he?
Yeah.
I mean, he's the vice chairman of the PCA. It's a,
yeah, he might be in the
he might
naughty room.
might just get a little slap on the wrist for that, but
This reaction. Done it myself many times. Can you imagine? Oh, that's a good delivery, which Carlos doesn't know much about. It would be fitting, as well as Salter's bowled, for Hogan to come and try and nick off the last two or one or whatever and leave this field triumphant. Two short legs and a slip as this next ball is tossed up, but Collins is not to be tempted and pushes it in front of him. So at the moment, points wise, it's 8-2. Well, Derby will sadly finish with 2. And Glamorgan, what is it, 16 points we get for a win these days? It'll be maximum, which is, after that crushing defeat by Middlesex last week, very heartening from Glamorgan. Maitchison no score at the moment. Connors is on 1. Salter 1 for 33 off 15. And Harris has picked up 3 for 54 off 17.
wicked innings for his last 2 overs. James Harris, as he comes into bowl to Ben Aitchison. There's a man in at leg slip, and that one goes down the leg side, makes him bend down, which will have hurt his ankle again. Simon points out that Madsen's currently the Division 2 leading run scorer and has the most catches of an outfield player. He's a pretty good fielder. He's got 1181 runs for Wayne Madsen and 21 catches.
How old is Madsen? 34, 35?
38.
38?
38.
Yes, he's a fit. He's not middle age by any means. Fit young man.
Contract for next season already sorted. That one.
Well, if he didn't have, I know a few counties would have him.
Absolutely. That one is pushed out into the offside.
Yeah, fine.
Yes, Derbyshire looking after their veteran, unlike Kent.
I saw his debut, Wayne Madsen.
Yeah.
I think I'm right. I may be wrong.
1963, I think, wasn't it? No.
And Griff would probably tell me.
I will tell you.
And I thought it was Court Wallace, bowled Harrison.
Okay.
I think. If not, I apologise.
They're now on the coaching staff and the backroom staff. Brilliant. Harris is in, and that one keeps a little bit low. He's done well to keep that out.
I can get on the cricket archive. We'll find it in a minute, but I haven't got it at hand at the moment. When did he make his debut?
A while ago. It's a really good. I don't know, blimey. If anybody had seen the notes I take, very much blank pieces of paper. We can find that out very quickly, I'm sure. Where is he? There he is. It was a good while ago, though. Here comes Harris. And bowls. That one is pushed out into the offside. I was going to be clever, but I can't do it that way. Pushed into the offside by Ben Aitchison, and there's no run. Aitchison, who made
the answer to my, I think I remembered, would probably be not at 150, but I seem to think that he nicked off in his first game.
It's the kind of thing that happens.
Griff would have told me by now.
And comes Harris again in and bowls. That strikes him nastily. And he walks away into the leg side. Ben Aitchison, slightly unpleasant somewhere on the arm, elbow.
At long last, Fletch, this pitch seems as if it's getting a bit uneven.
Yes. I mean, it had to eventually, didn't it?
Was he Madsen defending or?
He was trying to force it off the back foot.
Got an inside edge.
Yeah, got an inside edge. That's how I would see it.
New ball is due in 4 overs after this ball.
They may not get there. They might be able to save their money.
What's going on here now? A short leg, I would have thought. Come in. They're going to pepper him with short balls.
Yeah. 2009, I think. He made his debut. as in comes Harris again. Cathedral Road end, driven very pleasantly by Aitchison, and there's no run. I think that was a maiden over, wasn't it? It certainly was. Successive maiden overs now, and Derbyshire are stuck on 235 for 8 once Connors. Aitchison yet to get off the mark. 2 more wickets for Glamorgan to secure victory.
Yes, I suspect that, or perhaps not, that Salter might carry on bowling, because he bowled pretty well and accurate and had some near misses. And he'll have plenty of chat there, because there's a keeper standing up, 2 short legs and a slip. Bet you can't hit it in the river. I'd probably say.
I was going to say, just offer him a little challenge.
Salter starts and aborts his run-up. He has got a long run-up, bowling very slowly. Plenty of runs in the bank, and here he comes and bowls, and Connors is forward, plays it back down the pitch, and there's no run.
He didn't play in the game here in that year.
It was at Derby.
No, in 2000, okay.
I might, such a long time ago, it could have been a Sunday league, but I'm quite sure the next ball is driven, and they run a quick single up. The ball going to Van de Gooten at mid-on. The wickets today have been shared: 3 for Harris, 2 to Van de Gooten, 1 to Hogan, 1 to Patel, and 1 to Salter. They've been shared, apart from a 5-4 by Patel in the first innings, as he prepares now to bowl Aitchison. Oh, he's beaten all the way, ends up, but did he get an edge, or it spun past the keeper? Anyway, they're going to come back for a third. Not that that makes much difference at this stage in the match. And it's 239 for 9. For 8, rather. 239 for 8. Aitchison is on 3. Collins is on 2. Collins has strike. In comes Salton, tosses this one up. Played out into the onside. There is no run. 77th over, and they would have had the advantage of having well over 50 overs with the new ball had it arrived, so they timed this perfectly. As Andrew Salter walks back to his mark. Down go the close fielders, and in comes Salter and bowls, and that's pushed back down the pitch, and there is no run.
I found Wayne Madson's first game against Glamorgan very exciting. In 2010, in the first innings, he was caught Wallace, bowled Waters for 3.
I thought it was Harrison. You give me that, though, won't you?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, Harrison took 4 for 53 in the first innings, and then
did he get?
He was out for 17 in the second, the leg before wicket to Koska.
Nearly there. Says my memory's pretty good.
In a game, Derbyshire won by 8 wickets.
Yep.
Happy days. Happy days indeed.
How many have they won this year?
Simpler times. 2, I think.
Right.
Off the top of my head.
Leicester being 1?
Yeah, perhaps it's 3. I'm hoping it's 3 now that Leicester is definitely 1. Yes, I'm afraid so.
Poor Leicester.
Indeed. Aren't they? No, they won 3, I beg your pardon. They beat Middlesex, they beat Worcestershire. Middlesex at Chesterfield, Worcestershire at New Road, and Leicestershire at Greystoke. They haven't won a game at home.
2 good wins there, Worcestershire and Middlesex.
Yeah. But all the games at home have been drawn. The pitches have been just too good. 7 draws, the most of any team in the second division. So James Harris begins a new over from the Cathedral Road end, and that one is guided down to third man by Ben Aitchison. He'll pick up a run. He doesn't run it. He just moves off to square leg.
He had me going there. I said, why isn't he running?
Absolute carnage out there at the moment. The deficit's down to 57.
Running you and I between the wickets. And you heard a runner?
Well, I'd need a runner.
I'll never forget the time. I forget what it is. It was such a long time when there were 2 runners at the end of the innings. Absolute carnage.
Yeah,
one of them was run out.
Madness. This next delivery is a short one. Is it goes through? It has gone through to Cook. He sort of went down on his haunches there. Did Sam Connors, and just for a moment I thought he might have been struck, but no. I have to say that he wasn't.
Nick is tapping furiously behind us, and I can't see him having a rewrite. There have been a few this season.
You can almost hear in your own mind the intro.
And I shall say, right, Nick, give me that book at the close. I want to find out what is this, what's going to happen in the next game, how many do they need?
Harris bowls, and that's driven by Connors up to mid-on, where it's fielded by Kieran Carlson. Glamorgan maintained their hopes of a top 2 finish in the 2nd division, with a crushing insert number here run innings and insert number here run victory over Derbyshire.
Yes.
A terrific afternoon burst from James Harris, ripped out the
successive overs for him, wasn't it?
Keep going. It's Harris in on balls, and that one is another good delivery that Connors does well to keep out. They can only hope for rain, and quite frankly there isn't going to be any.
There isn't.
There's not a hope. Oh, 2 o'clock. Sorry, Edward, I'll leave you for 2 minutes and I should be straight back.
No problem, sir. 2 of my colleagues busily beavering away, and James Harris bowling an excellent spell here after lunch. In he comes and bowls full delivery. What an odd shot that was. He must have gone 3 yards outside his off stump to try to follow that ball, and Cook took it in front of first slip. Very, very close to being a catch. But they will be in a relaxed mood out there, the Glamorgan team at the moment, because victory is, I would say, 99% assured, and a bit more. That's 99.9. As James Harris had a good haul last week at Lord's against his former club, and he's going to get a good haul in this game if he's kept on. He bowls down the leg side, and it's caught. Oh, very up went the slips, but he I think he might be a drop. He's put a leg slip there, but the batsman followed it. We might see the replay now, but I think he got a glove to it. Anyhow, that's the end of the over. They take a run, and the score trickles up to 241 for 8, and the deficit is 56 at the moment. And the new ball is imminent. Now, what do you give the new ball? There are 2 more overs to be bowled. I suppose you give it to Hogan and Van de Gooten to polish things off. It'll be Connors on 3 to take strike. Aitchison is on 4, and it'll be Andrew Salter in lovely sunshine to come up and bowl, and that's nearly bowled him in between bat and pad. But they it's in fact four byes, as the next delivery was. Yeah, that did turn after it passed him, but it went well over the off stump, and that you can say is the perfect off break. More perfect, of course, if it hit the stumps. 245 for 8. Salter with his off spin comes in and bowls, and appeal for LBW, which is knocked back up by Cook. No, Lloyd did have his hands in the air, but that was a very ambitious shout by the off spinner outside the off stump. 245 for 8. Glamorgan on the brink of victory here at Sapphire Gardens, as the next ball is bowled and it's pushed back up the track. This is his 17th over, 1 for 37. In comes Salter again. On the back foot goes Connors and pushes it back down the pitch. 2:45 for 8 it remains.
And most recently Wayne Madsen, bowled by James Harris, played on for 77. At the moment, out in the middle is Ben Aitchison with a runner on 4, Sam Connors on 3, and there's only Adam Silver.
Yeah, it's the next delivery, and that's played defensively. Back down the pitch, just one ball remaining. And we'll have an early finish here, presumably. It's not 2:05 as yet. Here's the last ball then, and it's played defensively down the pitch. One more over, you would think, before they will call for the new one. He's at it again, Nick. We won't be here for the cakes. It's incredible.
Yeah, you're constantly thinking about food.
Yeah, and yet he said, "Oh, I am, trying to lose weight, and I only have a biscuit in the evening with a cup of coffee, or whatever."
Fortunately, I'm not trying to lose weight, so.
Neither am I. 2:45 for 8. I don't think it moved since you went to give your report, Reg.
No. There's a couple of interesting shots played by Sam Connors, weren't there? Well, he should have been caught down the leg side. And then played one off the inside edge that somehow evaded everybody. But I don't think by 2:30, when I do my next report, that we will still be playing. It would be a major surprise.
Harris, it is, and Fletch will commentate.
From the Cathedral Road end, pushed back up towards mid-on, where Tim van der Hugden does the fielding by Ben Aitchison, and there's no run. Over 8 plus 9, you should get points for that. Add those 9 on.
And take whatever we have. Yeah. We've been very good. Glamorgan have been very good this year. Can't remember that they've lost any points. There's more urgency in their fielding.
Northamptonshire on the brink, 9 down now, 108 for 9, about to lose to Somerset as Harris comes in and bowls to Aitchison, who gets right on top of that one and pushes it to Van der Hugden once again. And Leicestershire 120 for 7 now. They need 155. They're probably not going to do it, but
I remember when Glamorgan more or less assured of promotion some years ago. But at the very last moment, Worcestershire, I think, were playing Sussex, and left them, not an easy but very achievable declaration.
Harris to Aitchison, who guides this one down to third man for a single. He'll move on to 5, 2:46 for 8.
Everybody was astounded they left such an early, and Glamorgan was shocked here because we were just waiting here to hear the result. Yes. And it takes me back some time because the captain then was Jamie Dalrymple. Remember him?
I do. I remember the name.
Ex-Middlesex, an England player.
Yeah.
And that was when they were building this ground and we were commentating from a not very safe porter cabin, which was going like this in the wind.
Harris into bowl to Connors, who guides it down to third man for a single. Moves on to 4, 2:47 for 8, trailing by 50 now.
I still wistfully look down that area at what is fine leg when our little box were there, our broadcasting box and press box combined, very, very comfy, and that was pulled down or knocked down. A couple of trees had to go, which was sad, but there we are, here we are up here. Not a bad view.
No, decent view here at Sophia Gardens. Not really good viewing for Derbyshire supporters though, as that one is defended with one hand off the bat by Ben Aitchison up to Ajaz Patel, who's fielding at mid-off. 53 overs to go. I'm not entirely sure why we're watching this. And I know that the tailenders don't want to throw away their wickets and all the rest of it, but 5 Sports Extra is with us.
And a very good afternoon to you all who are listening now to us here at Sophia Gardens, where Glamorgan are on the brink. I think that's the right adjective to describe it.
I think you're right. They're like vultures, aren't they, that 5 Sports Extra, just coming in to watch Derbyshire lose. Here's James Harris bowling to Ben Aitchison, who has a runner out there, and he clips this one very nicely indeed into the leg side, sets off with a single himself, limps back into his ground, and they go through for a single. It's Brooke Guest who's running for him. He ran for him in the first innings as well, the Derbyshire opening bowler who bowled 9 deliveries in the match. Rather bizarrely, 248 for 8. He went over on his ankle. Second delivery of the match.
Bowled the third, walked off.
Bowled the third ball, walked off, came back, bowled one before lunch and over, and never bowled again.
And fielded.
And fielded the entire day.
And slip. The Glamorgan stalwart is back to take the new ball and try and knock these 2 wickets off Michael Hogan. And this, sadly, is his last afternoon on this ground. And I'm sure that you, in a funny sort of way, Fletch, you admire his bowling and miss him.
Oh, you will.
Yeah, listen to that.
It's just a constant, isn't it? A constant. Very warm round of applause. And it would be, you're absolutely right when what you said earlier, it'd be really fitting if he could just clean up these last couple of wickets and job done.
Yes. I had a tweet yesterday, or Nick did, saying, can't you give us just one more? One more year, but I'm afraid the mind is made up. Here he is then, Hogan, from the river end. Comes in and bowls a bouncer at Aitchison, who ducks, and it was a big bouncer because Aitchison must be about 6'3", 6'4". 3 slips. What's the third man doing there? Fletch is astounded because I'm completely
the third man out now. Well, come on.
Well,
they're
really
following your orders.
Here he is, and as the sun comes out, and in comes Hogan and bowls, and that's played backward of square on the offside, and he's fielded a third man, but it is only just guided. He wouldn't have a boundary. But I do give in on this last day of the home game that in this position I don't mind it. I will remind you that Derbyshire did not have a third man for the majority of the 550 runs scored by Glamorgan, and 44 runs went down there. Yes, at last I kept coming.
In fairness, they shouldn't have been bowling.
A chance for Hogan at Connors as he comes in and bowls, and that's a very good shot by Connors. His 4 runs through extra cover. Hogan won't like that at all if well pitched up, and some little resistance coming from Messrs 9 and 10.
Sam Connors unveils a new shot. I don't think I've seen him play that one before. He's got a very reasonable block, and he's got the pull, but I've never seen him drive like that. That was a glorious shot.
Hogan 1 for 44, but that wicket that he took was crucial when he plucked out Duploy's middle stump with one the batsman left. Here he is again then, comes close to the stumps and bowls, and that's another shot, and that's another 4 runs. What is he doing batting at number 10?
It's an absolute masterclass from Sam Connors.
And the top order batting will be saying, yes, I better watch my place here.
He averages 3 and has got a high score of 16 this season, so...
well, he's on to 12 now.
Yeah. Could get there in one more blow. That would be 12 in 3 balls. Perhaps he's thinking along those lines. He's not in the side for his batting, I think it's fair to say. He'd only hit 3 boundaries before this innings.
Hogan, not happy at having been driven, comes in and bowls, and that's a bouncer.
It was a misdirected bouncer, really, wasn't it? He did duck, but it was a long way outside the off stump.
Well, he didn't threaten him at all on this slow pitch.
No.
I think I'd give him Patel perhaps the new ball and see if he can get a little bit of bounce with his left arm spin. Don't know the position with Sam Northeast, but obviously if all is well with him, he'll probably play an unchanged side for Hove, which starts on Monday. In is the next ball, and there is Gill available, but I don't know what the position is there. Has he got a long flu, or is it a cold? Or I haven't much heard of Shubman Gill, the overseas player. Well, that over is defended, the first over with a new ball, 258 for 8, and you just wonder, Reg, if Deploy or even somebody could have stayed with Matson, Kame or Dal, Glamorgan would have found it very difficult. The reason I say that is because these are defending so well, and we've just seen 2 fours off the new ball. As Tim van der Gooten will share the new ball and will bowl from this, the Cathedral Road end.
Without being too controversial, I think Dahl would still have been there had the right decision been made on his caught behind, because he clearly didn't hit it. But yes, you're right.
I thought Madsen might have got 100 today.
Yes, he was looking in decent nick, wasn't he? When he tried to force one off the back foot, got an inside edge onto the leg stump. Deployed, just a complete misjudgment to lose. Here's off stump, no shot offered to Michael Hogan. Harry Kame, who did well in the first innings, was led before wicket, as leg before wicket as you possibly can be, to Ajaz Patel. Alex Thompson similarly to Andrew Salter, and here's Tim van der Hoogten from the Cathedral Road. And there's another drive out into the offside by Sam Connors. He's going to come back for 2. Is he going to get all the way to the boundary? Yes, it is. Well, he's equalled his high score for the season. In fact, he's overtaken it. He's moved on to 17.
Taking it very seriously. He punched gloves there.
Punching. Well, the other guy who was with him, Brooke Guest, is a batsman, so give
him a coaching lesson.
That's what they do, isn't it? It's I think it's in the regulations that you've got to punch gloves between every delivery. just to make sure that
one day somebody's going to break a finger there or a knuckle. Really well. Oh.
So much for the gloves if you did that. Van der Hoogten in again, and this one beating him, gone through to the keeper. Good delivery, just moving away slightly, and Sam Connors, no chance as a number 10 batsman of getting a nick on it, really. Northamptonshire have been beaten by Somerset by 352 runs, all out for 109 in their second innings, Northamptonshire.
35 is the deficit here, and who knows?
And they make them bat.
When did the last fell? 233.
You'd hope not, wouldn't you? Yeah, 28 these two have added. He's had a swing at that one.
Trying his best to get out now.
Yeah, had a real swing at that one outside the off stump, and it goes through to the keeper. Connor 17, Aitchison 7, partnership 28 off 48 deliveries. Trailing, as Edward said, by 35 runs. Leicestershire still 7 down, 130 for 7. They need 145 more.
Come on, Foxes.
There has never been such support for Leicestershire in the valleys than there has been over the last couple of hours, as this next delivery is defended by Connors and pushed up to mid-off. No run. Sun just disappears temporarily. There's plenty of blue sky up above. Light is considerably better than it was when they went off last night at the close. We got through. We haven't lost anything, have we?
Not a ball.
Match. Not a single delivery has been lost. Bulk of the rain appear to be in the northeast this week. I think goes Van der Hoogten, and that's a bottom edge into the ground and fielded at third slip by Ajaz Patel. They're not still going there because Sussex all out for 157 second time round. Durham win by an innings of 140. So this is the only
couple of heavy defeats in the 2 games that you've mentioned.
Yes.
And just Leicester and Glamorgan both at home playing the last 2 games of this round of matches.
Next delivery from Van der Hoogten. Oh, he smashed him back over his head. Is it going to go all the way for 6? It is. Well, what kind of shot's that from Sam Connors? That's a remarkable shot. He moves on to 23. Derbyshire is 268 for 8. They now trail by 29, and if I'm not very much mistaken, nobody will be surprised to hear this, that was Sam Connors' first 6 of the season. So he's now got another. He's unveiling new shots.
I'm just looking at this little partnership, and when the 9th wicket fell was 200 and...
It's up to 34 now.
34, yeah, 2-3...
2-3-4 for 8.
4, that's right.
They lost Ajaz on 233, and then Thompson and Madsen with the score on 234. Ben Aitchison will be trying to give the single here, so get Connors back on strike.
Hogan will have other ideas as he comes in and bowls, and it's a defensive looking shot, but that's a beautifully timed shot up towards the long off boundary. And is it going to be 4 runs? It is. And what are these two playing at? Number 9 and 10, and Aitchison now gets his boundary. He's up to 11, delaying the trek back up the M50 and the M5. And what is it, A38 for you?
Yeah, it will be for them, not for me. I'm up the M6, but the worst bit's the M4 to Newport. That's the worst bit. Turn left, go up to Monmouth there.
That's all right.
Wow.
In comes the next ball, and yes, it's those tunnels that mess everybody up. Once you get on the M50, it's plain sailing.
Oh, yeah.
It's a great road.
Yeah.
And then the M5 in summer is one to miss. And the M6, every time I listen to every radio program, the M6 is clogged.
I'm going up there as far as the M62.
Yes,
I'm sure this is fascinating for listeners.
In Wales. Here's Michael Hogan. Is in and bowls, and is played out towards mid-on. If you've just tuned in, or wondering what's going on, well, I can tell you that Glamorgan on the cusp of their 6th victory of the season. They're Derbyshire have 272 for 8. They need a further 29 to make Glamorgan bat again. And had you joined us a quarter of an hour ago, 20 minutes, we thought it would be all over in 10. But some fun and games for these two tail enders as Michael Hogan comes in and bowls, and the bat's there. Aitchison, he was on 11, just leaves the ball go. We've seen some very good straight drives from Connors, and then he had the audacity to hit Tim van der Gooten with a new ball over his head for 6.
Yeah, it was a pretty impressive shot, wasn't it? I've just got an email in. I'll sort of paraphrase it in a few minutes.
As we watch Hogan come in, bowl again, and that's driven again past mid-off. It's going to be stopped after just a single, as it's fielded there by Kieran Carlson. He fleet of foot.
Marcus McClure-Jones. I got excited because it was... thanks, Ed, I can't read it now. The title was High Performance Review, and I'm thinking, this will be good. This will be good. But it's got nothing to do with the High Performance Review. It says, if the recommendations of the review are implemented, do I fear for the future of Derbyshire County Cricket Club over the next 5 years? The answer to that is yes.
Most certainly. Last ball of the over. Hogan is in and bowls short. Pulled out. He's going to be caught as he had long leg. A lovely judge catch. Hogan takes his wicket. And that is the 9th wicket to fall. That was not the easiest catch, although he didn't have to move. It went very, very high in the air. And that is the end of Connors, who entertained us. He made 23 and perished to give Hogan his 2nd wicket. And how fitting would it be for this stalwart of Glamorgan to finish the innings off, an innings victory, with the final and 10th wicket. 273 for 9.
Yes, the chances of Glamorgan batting again diminished. It was a good catch, actually, by Van Hookton, wasn't it?
It was.
Down below us to our left at long leg. Really good one. Marcus continues, where would County... No, I'm not reading that bit. Would I consider offering my services elsewhere should the worst happen, or am I too much of a fan? I'm not a Derbyshire fan. But he signs off as Marcus the Baggy Bear, which suggests that he supports West Brom and Warwickshire, so he probably isn't a regular listener to me, but I'm genuinely... I admire many of the people at Derbyshire, but I don't support the club or the team.
Well, I wish you would just support them, because I've never known such a mess in county cricket, and I'm going back nearly 40 years, Dave.
Oh, I support county cricket, and I do support the county cricket club on the quiet, but that's too much to go into at the moment, because I got that roundly criticised last time I let slip the team that I support. It's always a tricky one, that, isn't it?
Very tricky.
Always tricky.
Here we go then, 273 for 9. That was the last ball of Hogan's over. He has taken 2 for 54 and probably thought, well, I'm not pitching it up to this chap. He can play a bit on the front foot. Let's test him with a bouncer, which he obligingly, as he was trying for his second 6. Now there's a big chat between the batsmen coming in.
Yeah, no idea what that's about. Actually, it was between, excuse me, it was between Brooke Guest, the runner, and Sylvester. I think he was probably reminding him that there's a runner, because he got a bit confused in the first innings, didn't he, Sylvester, a couple of times. Van der Hoogten in and bowls. Oh dear, that's a poor shot from Ben Aitchison. No foot movement, which is not surprising. He's playing on one leg, I suppose, and it's through to the keeper. Which is really, I had to stretch these headphones through to Nick Webb so he can commentate on a victory.
Yeah, 24 runs. He better be quick, I think.
Well, yes, quite. I don't want to hog the limelight here. It's not my style. And Hookton in again from the Cathedral Road, and that's gone straight through Aitchison. That's a terrific. Nick, you need to be in here quick. This one
nearly missed a Nick.
This is about to finish, mate. This is about to finish. I'll bring Nick Webb in.
And if we don't hear from Dave Fletcher of BBC Radio Derby again, many thanks. It's always a delight to have Dave joining us, and us joining him. I've been fortunate to have 2 games up in Derby and enjoyed every minute of them.
So it's Van der Hoogten from the Cathedral Road end to try and put an end to proceedings as he's in to bowl to Aitchison, who jabs that one out into the offside, and there is no run. So Glamorgan are likely to be 9 points behind Middlesex going into the final group game. Aitchison 12, Sylvester 0, 273 for 9 at Derbyshire, whose own slim hopes disappear with this defeat as Van der Hoogten bowls, and Aitchison has he edged it? Yes, he has.
Yes.
The umpires take off the bails without actually giving the decision, and Aitchison is caught behind for 12 off Van der Hoogten. Derbyshire are 273 all out, and Glamorgan are victorious by an innings and 24 runs, and they go forward into the final round of games in 3rd position, it would seem, as Van der Hoogten finishes them off. So it's all over at 2:26 on the final day. Derbyshire summoning some resistance today, largely through Wayne Madsen 77 and Les Duploy 66, but not too much from the lower order, and Glamorgan able to wrap up their 6th championship victory of the season. Attention will turn to affairs at Leicester, where Leicestershire are still 7 down against Middlesex, 140 nominally needed to win, but Parkinson has dug in alongside Colin Ackerman, and Glamorgan will be hoping that Parkinson can continue to dig in for several hours hence. It seems unlikely. Middlesex will probably be in 2nd place going into the final round, but a match, Edward Bevan, that will be remembered for Glamorgan skipper David Lloyd cashing in with a triple century, and Ajaz Patel's fifer, and also the last appearance on the ground for Glamorgan's Michael Hogan as he leads his team off to applause from the Sapphire Gardens faithful, and on a victorious note as well. Hogan takes his cap off to the crowd with a slightly bashful smile. He's not one to hog the limelight as he heads up the steps at Sapphire Gardens for the final time.
Easily in the top 2 of fast bowlers produced and played for this club, and I think it was 653 or around that, the figure that Hogan has taken, probably in all cricket, and he gets a deserved applause, and for an outstanding career. what would we give to have him back next year? But he says he's reached the end of the line. He's 41, he'll be 42 next May, but well played, Michael Hogan. Well played, Glamorgan. It's been a terrific win. Lloyd and all the other batsmen contributing. Lloyd getting 313, and then Derbyshire fighting back, but they were a huge amount behind. 297. They did threaten, thanks to Madison today, who made 77. Deploy made 66. But a burst from James Harris after lunch put an end to that. And Glamorgan will go down with hopes. I shan't be at Hove, but can I thank you for all your emails, and thank Nick for putting up with me.
Not at all. I don't.
More than anything, but I shall be watching the stream, contributing to Radio Cymru next week, but I'm sure there's a lot of fun left next week in Hove and also in Worcester, where Middlesex have to go. I look forward to it very much.
Thank you, Edward. I'm afraid as the slightly downbeat note for Glamorgan supporters is that Leicestershire's Colin Ackerman has just gone. Middlesex are 2 wickets away from wrapping up victory there, but at least Glamorgan will take it forward to the last week with the hope of finishing in the top 2 of Division 2. They have beaten Derbyshire by an innings and 24 runs. Glamorgan take on Sussex and Derbyshire take on Leicestershire. We will be back on air with cricket on BBC Sport Online at 10:30 on Monday. Just a little plug for my rugby commentary tomorrow. Scarlets against Ulster. That'll be on BBC Sport Online from a 1 o'clock kick-off. And you can also watch the Dragons against Munster on BBC television on Sunday afternoon. So plenty of rugby coming up for Welsh supporters. Wherever you're listening or viewing, thank you very much indeed for your company. Glamorgan beat Derbyshire by an innings and 24 runs. Thanks to Dave Fletcher of BBC Radio Derby, to Edward Bevan, and from me, Nick Webb. A very good afternoon.